a formal council meeting. I'm just going to ask and introduce Wirihana Kane, if you'd like to come forward. Wirihana is the new Te Pou Manawa Ora lead, so welcome. Perhaps we could all stand.
Hoi anō, tēnā nō tātou katoa, tēnā nō tātou ai tēnei ata, tēnā nō tātou tēnei huihuinga o tātou. I ki ana toki rangatira, ko Wirihana Kane Huaki tōku ingoa. My name is Wirihana Kane Huaki, and I am the new Te Pou Manawa Ora lead. So this is my third week, so be cool. Hoi anō, ka timata ki te karakia, we'll have prayer, and then I'll let you guys get on your way. Ka pai, kia ino e tātou. He hōnore, he kōrea ki te atua, he maunga rongo ki te whenua, he whakaro pai ki ngā tāngata katoa nāna. E tō mātou mātou nei te rangi, tēnā anō mātou, e koropiko ngātahi nei ki mua i tō aroaro, i te nui o tō kororia, i ngā tini maha, i ngā tini homai, koe utānei koe ki runga ki tēnā o mātou. Kia tau pai te kaupapa e kei mua i te aroaro, ko koe te tika, ko koe te pono, ko koe te māramatanga i roto i ngā mahi katoa. Ko e nei ingoa katoa, ka tāpai tia ki mua ki tō ingoa tātou. Ake. Amen.
Amen.
All right. So just basically acknowledge our Lord for the many blessings that He has bestowed upon us thus far, and to make sure that our meeting today is a harmonious one, if that's possible. Ka pai. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Thanks, Wirihana.
Message from Sarah that she can't see anything online. Good? Yes.
She's on now. Good morning, everyone. You're probably wondering what I'm doing in the big chair this morning. Mayor Paul is away with National Council business in Wellington, and so Deputy Mayor was all set to go, but is feeling quite unwell. So you've got me. We've got to actually move a formal resolution to have me as the chair, so I'm just going to hand over to Amy to explain.
Morena, everybody. So, as you'll already be aware, generally we have a chair and deputy chair that will be standing up into the position. In the case where we don't have either of those parties, we do need a motion to be put. So for this one, what we're asking for is that Councillor Ryan undertake the role of chair for the duration. Thank you.
Any against? Yeah, I'm not wearing a dress today either. Okay, thanks everyone. I've noted Mayor Paula's apologies and Deputy Mayor's. Are there any other apologies?
There are some councillors online. I just don't see anything online.
Yeah, we've got Councillor Sarah zooming in today.
And Hoko, I understand also.
Not at this moment. He hasn't joined.
Just reminded him that he mentioned that it was Teams that he was joining, so he might need to be contacted and
Absolutely.
talk through the process of joining by Zoom.
Okay, I'll move that apologies be accepted. Seconded, Mark Donovan. All those in favour?
Aye.
Carried, thank you. Confirmation of agenda. As before you, we just noting late attachments on item 8 for the draft, or the submissions to those two bills, and we're moving C2 out of PX into the open agenda. I'll move. Seconded, Councillor Ewan. All those in favour?
Aye.
Carried, thank you. Are there any declarations of interest?
Yes. Deputy Chair, Ryan, I have been sitting as a Commissioner on Climate Change 5, and as part of evidence that for us, the Shores Bird Park was raised on a number of issues. I don't believe that conflicts me, but I simply wanted to state that had unfolded. Our decision on that matter is yet to be resolved, and as such, I think I have an open mind on the issue in front of me.
So just noting an interest?
Yep.
Thank you. Any others?
Yes, I have a long-standing with the Shores and have written in support of their position. So I have a predetermined view on matters, so I won't participate in the discussion or voting on the issues. Am I required to leave the chamber? No, okay.
Not the chamber, just to move from the table.
Move from the table, right.
At the time of voting.
At the time of voting, okay, thank you.
Great. Any others? No. Public forum, I don't think we have any. Public forum? Amy?
No public forum.
Fantastic. Okay, we're going to move item 5, confirmation of council open minutes.
I'll move.
Thanks, Ewan. Page 6 of your agenda. Seconded by Councillor Anna. Thank you. Questions?
You can still partake in the vote because the purpose of them is that they're factually correct, not.
Cool. All in favour? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're now up to item 6. We've got a presentation from Murray Shaw, so I'll ask you to step up to the speaker there, sir. You'll have 5 minutes to present.
I'm Margaret and I'm having it.
Okay, welcome.
Something to say.
Welcome. And we'll go to questions from elected members if we have time at the end of your presentations. You may want to leave some time at the end of your 5 minutes or before the end of your 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, we've had 3 mediation meetings, which I think was a waste of time, as they said they were working in good faith. The second meeting in front of the councillors, we were given half an hour to speak. We were to go out and the councillors were going to discuss the results, that what was said. They then came in to us and said they've got more important things to discuss. Do you call that good faith and transparency? What a joke. We are asking questions directly to one, Andrew Parsons, which Murray asked him a question. He was sitting opposite Murray and just looked at him. So why didn't he answer? He didn't reply. We were just wanting some answers to our questions. A lot that has been said from the council, especially in the Waikato Times and Shores Bird Park, all the true and false questions. Your answers were mainly false. We wanted to reply but unable to get on. As Jonathan McKenzie, editor of the Times, was friendly with Richard Briggs and we were told we'd had enough media coverage. Right to the editor. He was the editor. All we want is honesty, transparency and good faith. All we're doing to try and save the bird park of 35 years of hard work which has gone into it. You would think you'd want to save this for the people. People don't have spare money these days. The park is free and they enjoy it. We have 55,000 signatures on our petition. Doesn't that tell you something? I wish you'd listen to the people. Thank you.
Right, CEO, Mayor and Councillors, thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. I will get to the heart of the matter immediately as I only have 5 minutes. Although the council has said the bird park will not be destroyed, from an OIA from the land transport it states the project will have significant effect on the property as it will be dissected by the land required for the new road and filtration pond. The main dwelling will be very close to the new road, so impacts will be difficult to mitigate. This data was sent to the CEO and Mayor in December as the council website did not have this information. The park is an established facility. The general public and tourists enjoy this free service provided by us and bring their children to enjoy birds, wild and cage and learn how to care for wildlife. They see rare and endangered native birds, parrots, exotic trees. We are destroying the habitat of our wildlife, native and non-native, and an existing infrastructure would be destroyed. Margaret and myself have spent many years in our livelihood building this operation and do not want to see it disappear. Now I will state here and now the most important part of this saga. I'm an experienced contractor and I'm stating today that this east-west road choice is and will be the most costly, most difficult, apart from the environmental damage that has to be taken into account. The most expensive project undertaken involving the Hamilton City Council. These disastrous costs to the taxpayer and ratepayer of Hamilton will be seriously economical and financial effects on all of us. With its already mushroomed debt at levels not fully understood by many, if, for instance, a council do not pay back whatever the contract it is signed, then assets such as your property and mine will be taken. Are you aware that your property will be collateral? Hamilton City Council has 5 venues at present not making a profit, and for the financial year 21-22, the combined loss is almost 26 million. Combined total losses since keeping records for the 5 venues is 185.7 million. Obviously, this cannot keep happening. I repeat, 185.7 million. It makes no sense to destroy an already existing structure with the purpose of rehabilitating rescue native birds and protect bat habitat. Projects are being set up all over the country to try and save endangered species. The road's usefulness of this has to be questioned. It does not meet the social and environmental challenges demanded in today's world by putting this east-west road where it was planned to go. On top of all that, recently the council has noted the wetland and bush habitat on the property as a significant natural area and the habitat of the long-tailed bat. Where is the recognition of this, not to mention other native wildlife? The planned road is to go, if the planned road is to go through, this bird park is a natural sanctuary not only for birds but all manner of small and vital wildlife species which form an integral part of the ecostructure. Native trees which have taken years to develop are earmarked for removal. Even with the planned landscaping again, at additional cost it is not possible to replant huge established trees. I'm putting the ballpark in the court of the planners and all involved in deciding the park should have the road through it, that until I see cost to prove otherwise, I will repeat again here, there will be the most costly, most difficult and environmentally destructive disaster in this area and community. Our public will end up having to pay for this future disaster. Yes, you and me. The gullies where 3 bridges are planned are over 200 metres across and 17 metres deep. They do not need to happen. Their length and size are yet to be determined. The savings are many millions of dollars that is an argument to put forward. We have an alternative solution. Over 58,000 concerned
Mr. Shaw, you just need to
signatures
wrap up, sir.
were signed.
Can you wrap up? If you've got a few more bits, you can
He's
just
got
finish
2 more sentences.
Just over 58,000 concerned signatures who have signed the petition are already aware of the dire situation and the concern that they are being ignored. They are watching. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For your presentation.
Okay.
I'm going to ask Mish, I think, to present the staff report. She's going to come forward. Thank you.
What do you say?
I don't know.
You can return to your seat.
Oh,
Thank you.
right then.
Thank you.
Morning, councillors. The governance team have received the petition and they've confirmed understanding orders that it is valid. And understanding orders, you are required to receive and consider it. There has been other information provided by staff in the report. If there's any questions on the process, I'm happy to answer those. We do have staff present for other questions, otherwise I'll take the report as read. Thank you.
Thanks, Mish. I'm happy to move. Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Are there any questions of staff? Doesn't appear to be any, so we'll go into debate. I've got nothing to add, Councillor Ewan. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Moko?
So with the issues that
Oh.
we're having on Zoom, they can't hear everything. They can only kind of hear what's coming through my screen.
No problem. Do you want to call the vote?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to item 7, which is Three Waters Update Report. I'm going to move fairly quick today, so if you have questions, I'll pause for questions. If there are none, I'll go straight to debate. Once we're in debate, questions are over, just so you're aware. Over to you.
Thank you. All right, good morning, councillors. Look, Three Waters Reform, I'll take the report as read. But what I'll do is just talk about the resolutions and the submission. So the two bills government's put out on Three Waters Reform are highly technical and highly complex. And it's actually taken significant time for staff and others over the December-January period to work through the bills. In particular, the Water Services Legislation Bill is the most complex of the two. To the extent you can't actually read it as a standalone document, you have to have the new Act beside and read the two concurrently. The bill would see that the Act increase from 228 legislative sections to 475 legislative sections at the same time as amending 28 other pieces of legislation. So I just want to put that out there just to sort of set the scale of this.
Sorry, Andrew, would you be able to speak a little bit louder just on Zoom? They're having trouble hearing you.
Yeah, sure. So with all that in mind, as staff, we're hoping to have a draft submission to elected members around the middle of next week, hopefully a little bit earlier, for that Water Services Legislation Bill, and invite feedback from elected members. Just of interest is the recent messaging from the Prime Minister that they may be looking at changes, and I think the term reset's been used. So my opinion is that this legislation is the vehicle for the government to make those changes. So when we circulate the submission, you'll see us bring forward many of the submission points that council's previously made in this process. And they are things around placemaking, growth concerns, transition, funding, local voice, CCOs, etc. In terms of the Water Services Economic Efficiency and Consumer Protection Bill, that one I'm hoping to have out by Tuesday at the latest, potentially tomorrow, for feedback from elected members. So here's the two very, very draft submissions. You can get a sense of the scale of the submission for the main piece of legislation. And the resolutions before you simply set out a process to use the time available to get the delegations in place to make that submission. So look, I'm happy to pause there in terms of the process. The other comment I would make, though, is that last night I put out an additional resolution because National Transition Unit's now moving into establishing governance-related functions. And it's clear that not every council will have a seat at the table for those processes. My view is Hamilton, as the largest council entity, should actively seek a seat, and so I proposed the resolution, and I apologise for the lateness of it, but to simply put a delegation in place so that we can seek to participate. So I'm happy to take questions at that point, Chair.
Thank you.
Andrew, maybe I could just add to the last matter, which came out yesterday. The first bit of work they want to do is around the constitution of the various entities. So they're looking for mayors or deputy mayors, 6 or 7 across Entity B to join iwi reps to actually work with the National Transition Unit, and obviously we've got a new CE now for Entity B, which is Vaughan Payne, and you guys would have seen the announcement about that, and you know, everyone knows Vaughan's pedigree and background and his history with the Hamilton, the Kirikiriroa and the Waikato region, which is probably good for everyone in this process. So they're looking for a bit of work to happen over the next couple of months for that group to actually work with officials just to start drafting the constitution of Entity B, which is actually quite important, and you're all aware of the layers of governance and these new pieces of legislation. So Mayor Paul has had some history with some of this work, and also goes with myself to LGNZ Metro sector meetings where there's been quite a bit of discussion on Three Waters matters. So the draft recommendation is for Mayor Paula to be the council representative on that, and I spoke to her last night and she's comfortable with that.
So Lance, are we adding an F to this resolution?
Correct, and
yes.
Unfortunately we can't get like we normally do is get the draft recommendations up yet, Amy.
Okay, so
I'm just going to email it to you.
Yeah, we'll email it to you.
Amy's going to email it. So essentially you've got the staff recommendation on page 21.
Yes.
There'll just be an F added with the recommendation that Mayor Paula is appointed to the transitional unit, was it?
To represent Hamilton City Council for those governance-related establishment matters. including the development of the constitution.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Andrew? Councillor Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I've just got a question. It's more of a process thing. I'm just looking at some of the recommendations, and I'm a little concerned about sign-off of the submission that we make and the process there. I note and see that it's going to be circulated to us for feedback.
Yeah.
But then that's the last look we get at it, yeah? Before it's signed off.
Yeah, the time's really tight, but I'm open to other arrangements that council see fit. We've just tried to shoehorn in as best as we can within the time available.
Yeah.
Given the scale of the...
Sure, no, I get it, Andrew, sure. I'm just wondering, Mr Chair, is there a way that we can tweak something here so that we can at least glimpse the final submission? You know,
You're talking, Councillor Jeff, in a more formal situation, so that there's a sign-off rather than a delegated group that signs it off?
Yeah.
I'd have to refer to Amy just around timeframes and what meetings we've got coming up, and that it'll probably be a short extraordinary meeting or tacking on to a committee meeting or something, so I'll probably have to ask Amy that question around the timeframes.
Yeah. No,
so that we have to have it in by the 17th of February, which is only a couple of weeks away.
Yeah, sure. No, thanks, Lance. It's not an attempt to be difficult. It's really, I think, a recognition that this issue has got a checkered history, and there have been kind of varying views around the table, and I think it's too important not to have some visibility over it if we can.
So, Jeff, just for clarity, you'll definitely have visibility, just not the final submission. So, is that the sticky point?
Yep.
What's our time frame, Andrew?
It's the 17th. So the two options, which one which may not go as far as is needed, is we could undertake to circulate following feedback from council, recirculate the final version via email. The other option would be to look for a committee, the existing meeting close to the time, and look to take an extraordinary, and I don't know the logistics of that, but there's one the day before for the Community Environment Committee on the 16th. But we need our drafting time. The problem I've got is if we start with the lead-in time for reporting, there's only 2 weeks left. There's a lot of work to do in 2 weeks.
Councillor Ewan, did you have a question?
Thanks, Chair Ryan. Andrew, obviously I acknowledge the drafting time, but as part of that process you were going to have to meet with at least 3 of the senior councillors to have what would then be their sign-off for the final submission. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you think fundamentally a council submission, which is supposed to reflect the will of council, is best formed by a full council resolution as opposed to 3 members of that council?
I'm open to that. I'm not opposed to it at all. I'm open to that. I've tried to work with a proposal that works with the time we've got. If the will of the council is have a full council meeting, we can work with that.
Let me rephrase the question. So when we make the submission,
Yes.
is the submission on behalf of 3 members of council, or is it on behalf of the Hamilton City Council?
It will be a Hamilton City Council submission.
So shouldn't the Hamilton City Council debate and pass the resolution?
That's an option, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Although it's not unusual for council to delegate, as you know, Councillor Ewan, but Amy's worked up, I think, what might be a palatable solution. I'll just let her speak to it.
So I'm just writing this up and we'll email it, but instead of D would be request an extraordinary council meeting prior to submission of the submissions, noting that the agenda will be circulated late to enable staff the maximum amount of time to draft the submissions.
Excellent. I'll move that motion.
Okay.
We'll make it work to meet the will of the council.
So you may get it the day before and then, you know, you'll have
You can't
to
complain.
read it and then in the meeting the next day, so, yeah.
Thank you, Amy, for that on the fly. Any more questions for Andrew on that item? Great. Are we still having trouble putting it up?
Yes.
Is everyone comfortable with the motion, essentially, as it's been emailed? So just to recap, it's been, as per the staff recommendation, with the addition... Yeah, let me just talk through it. There is the staff recommendation as per page 21, with the addition of F, appointing Mayor Paula.
Yeah.
And then we are redrafting D to allow a full council sign-off on the submission, potentially the day before it's due. And it's just been sent.
I literally just pressed send. It's not perfect.
Are there any other questions of Andrew in terms of the content of the report? None? Is everyone clear on the resolution? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We'll go into debate. If any.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. Look, I'll be very brief. I fully support Mayor Paula being our representative and as such feel it is absolutely appropriate. I also acknowledge, Chair Ryan, your point that historically councils frequently use the mechanism of delegating either to the chief executive or to a number of individual councillors to sign off on a final submission. I, however, on this particular point, feel that Three Waters has been a very divisive and issue, and that it has been very much in the public arena. And I think it would be more appropriate and would hold more credibility that whatever submission we land on, and I'm not suggesting for a moment that we're not going to be able to get a unanimous decision. We might not. But at least it is passed by all, at least council will pass it, whether it's by a majority or not. And I would have thought that that is more appropriate in this circumstance. So I would encourage elected members to support the what is either the new motion or the amendment. I don't know if somebody's passed. No,
It's only one.
So the motion. Thank you.
Jeff, did you want to add anything? No. Okay, if there's no additional comments, we will go straight to the vote. Those in favour, show of hands.
Carried unanimously.
Thank you. Thanks, Andrew. You've gone. Item 8. Welcome Hannah and Mark. And Benjamin.
Good morning, councillors. Today we're presenting council's draft submissions on both the Natural and Built Environment Bill and the Spatial Planning Bill. These are two of the three pieces of legislation that will be replacing the current Resource Management Act. I'll provide a brief overview just of where we've got to in terms of the process. I'll then pass over to Mark and Ben, who did the heavy lifting writing the submission, to answer any questions on detail that you might have today. So this process has been going for a number of years now. It culminated in the release of these two bills in November last year, with a submission period over the summer period. We wrote to the Select Committee and requested an extension, given the significance and importance of this new legislation. And we've been granted an extension through to the Sunday, February the 19th. So that's allowed us to work across council and with our elected members steering group to prepare the submissions that you would have received on Friday last week. As a reminder, in December, Council passed a resolution to delegate drafting the submissions to a reform working group, so a subgroup of councillors that we have met with 2 times over that time period to seek their feedback on key messages and to keep them updated on where we've got to, because there's also a lot of technical information that you'll see in those submissions. The next steps from here, we're seeking feedback from wider council over the next week. We realise, again, that these are very, very tight timeframes. We're doing the best that we can to gather as much feedback as we can during that period. Following that, delegated authority has been given to the elected member steering group with the Mayor having sign-off for those submissions, which we will then send to the Environment Select Committee. A condition of us getting the extension was that we send our drafts to the Select Committee, so those have already been sent, with the caveat that council feedback may alter some of that content. So last thing I'll note is that the Select Committee have contacted us seeing if there is an appetite for a local hearing to be held in the Waikato. So we have liaised with our future-proof partners who have also agreed that that would be a positive move, and we will keep you informed when we hear back from Select Committee, but fingers crossed that we will get to present in person some of these key messages. So I'll pass over to Mark just to talk through the key points.
Cool. Good morning, councillors. So there's obviously a lot there in the 2 submissions drafted, so I don't expect you to have read it all, but I mean there's obviously hopefully quite succinct introductions or summaries at the front end of both. I'll just cover off a few points and then hand over to the Chair as to how he'd like to go from here. But the first point is effectively what's being proposed are 3 new pieces of legislation, whereas currently we have 1, being the Resource Management Act. Secondly, there's the introduction of what's called spatial planning, which some of you will be familiar with, and we have a form of that already in the Waikato in the form of Future Proof, which has been heralded as sort of a nationwide exemplar of best practice. Second aspect is then a shift to what's being called regional planning committees. So that is effectively shifting the planning functions away from territorial local authorities such as Hamilton City Council to regional planning committees comprising membership across the relevant local authorities of that region, plus iwi representatives to then effectively create a sort of super district plan which covers the entire region. The other important shift, so kind of the fourth point, is that this signals a very strong shift to a centralised planning framework. So previously in New Zealand we've had a very devolved plan making system which kind of first and foremost is led at a local level. For a long time under the Resource Management Act we did not have national direction, and that was certainly one of the failings of the RMA, in that the ability for national direction was not exercised until kind of in the last decade or so, and particularly in the last few years we've seen a real rush of national policy statements and the like. So we're seeing a fundamental swing from a devolved planning system to a highly centralised planning system where a lot of power will vest in the Minister of the day and the creation of what's called a national planning framework. That national planning framework will cascade down into the regional plans, which will be determined by the regional planning committees. And that means that from the get-go, the ability for local communities to determine local outcomes is going to be constrained, and the ability as you as elected members of your relevant constituents to influence and to respond to local issues and local needs we see being significantly reduced. Then the final point is in terms of bureaucracy and cost. So we're quite concerned in terms of the additional cost that this will add. We already know that the planning system is quite expensive. Developing a plan can cost in the region of $10 to $15 million. As I've mentioned, we've got a fairly mature planning regime here in the Waikato, and the fact that we're going to go through and relitigate that is concerning, in that we're not confident that the new system will deliver any better outcomes than the current system for which we have. And as part of that, I think the lack of accountability that these regional plannings committees would give rise to will lead to inefficiency in the plan-making process and therefore cost. So those are some of the top-line kind of high-level comments. So I think I'll leave it there and hand over to questions and through you, Mr. Chair.
You guys must have given a really good presentation because it doesn't appear to be any questions. Councillor Anna.
Just a quick one really around the, you mentioned the costs. In there you have some proposals around subcommittees and other things to, I guess, help address some of the flaws that we see in the decision-making process. Do you think that will help with mitigating some of the potential cost?
Yes, I mean, so I guess what we're trying to do is put forward some constructive solutions to what's being proposed, and that subcommittee proposal is reflective of what we have at the moment through Future Proof. Right. So effectively, a collection of councils coming together to respond to location-specific issues or challenges. So, and the example we use in the submission is that the issues for which the Hamilton-Waikato metropolitan area is experiencing are vastly different to those of the Thames Coromandel or Greater Taupo. So, yeah, where is the value and the benefit in Hamilton City being engaged in issues that Thames Coromandel are engaging? Similarly, what's the value in Thames Coromandel being involved in metro-centric growth-related issues and challenges that we're facing? So we think a subcommittee approach would, I guess, improve the system slightly, in that it would enable us to focus in on some of those more localised issues.
Cool. Can I have another question? No.
You go.
Just in terms of urban design, we had some conversation yesterday about the RMA and the, basically there's a limited opportunity through that RMA to ensure good urban design. So do you feel like this might achieve better, or do we need to be stronger in the submission to basically achieve what we all want, which is good urban design?
Yeah, I mean, so a couple of points on that. The first one is actually defining what good urban design is, so that's very challenging. The second comment is that a lot of the localised or a lot more of the granular detail will come through the National Planning Framework. So really these two bills are simply setting the architecture of the system. And I guess that those are our concerns around the National Planning Framework in terms of what exactly that will or won't say, and we won't know that until further down the track. I think we have commented on urban design. We can certainly strengthen those comments.
That'd be good.
Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Anna. Is that you?
That's it, yep.
Councillor Andrew.
A couple of questions. The first is really looking for your honest opinion on how the government is dealing with this. Like, are they actually listening? Is there an appetite for taking on board submissions, or are they just going through the motions because they're pretty fixed on what they want as an outcome? And the importance of this is, being an election year, the council has an opportunity to lobby MPs to get the government to be more proactive in understanding our needs.
Very good question. So we've made two substantive submissions to date, one on the what was called the exposure draft of the bill, which came out in August of 2021 roughly. We made a further fairly substantive submission in February of last year on a range of questions which were posed by MFE regarding RM reform. And in terms of the comments for which we made in both those submissions and what we then see in the bills that have been released, we see very little sign that our feedback and contributions have been reflected in the system. but I guess we're very aware that, as you point out, RM reform is quite highly politicised, and that the piece of legislation, the Resource Management Act, has been, a lot of blame has been levelled at it for deficiencies, whether it be state of the environment, affordable housing, across a whole range of things. I also think that there's been a lot of change that's been made to the RMA recently to try and speed up the process, for example, MDRS and making a whole lot of activities permitted, a whole lot more national direction that I alluded to before. So our view would be that needs time to bed in to see if it's going to lead to improved outcomes before wholesale reform.
Right. So before I get on to the second question, I'd ask you that as we get closer to the election, if you continue to feel that you're being ignored, let the councillors know, because I think it's an issue that if we raise publicly, it might put a bit of pressure on to get a better response for you. And the second question is about affordable housing. Both the legislation and your submissions, what's your focus on achieving affordable housing? Do you think that the legislation is going to achieve that? And do you think your submissions have emphasised the need to achieve it?
Big question. I just come back to the fact that the legislation setting the framework for the new system to operate within. So I think that locally based solutions are going to be better than centralised solutions. So the ability for Hamilton City to be able to determine what are the best solutions for addressing affordable housing are really important. And I suppose what we're saying is that, and through the submissions, is that we see that loss of local control being detrimental to responding to local issues. So what we're arguing for is a devolved system, based on subsidiarity, whereby local councils are provided the tools and powers and functions to respond to these issues locally, because we generally know that we can respond more efficiently and more effectively than a central-led system.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Ryan. Mark, thank you and your team for your presentation and all the hard work over the summer. It's appreciated. Sorry?
What summer?
Yeah. Mark, I'm just wanting your guidance. This is a very strong, well-articulated submission that you've helped put together. And I just want your advice and your view over a media strategy that should accompany this strong, clearly articulated position. And just your thoughts whether or not we should be proactively going out and highlighting what we believe are some inherent fundamental flaws in the government strategy and legislation here.
Thanks, Councillor. Unfortunately, my area of expertise do not stretch to kind of media engagement strategies. But what I would say is that RM reform and the significance of it should not be lost, but given everything else that's going on, I think it has been. So the loss of local democracy for which this will lead to, and the additional cost, and I think lack of certainty that it's actually going to provide any better outcomes has been lost in the kind of national debate, given everything else that's been going on. So, no, I'd be very supportive of the council taking a more proactive role in this space, given the implications of this reform.
Thank you. Chair, just foreshadow my intention to try to add a 7 to the motion. Sorry.
Aye.
Yes. Let me just get back to the right place. I flipped across. I'll work on that, and
I'd be interested to hear because I'm
Yeah.
just articulate roughly what you're wanting to do.
that we authorise the Chief Executive to ensure our media people clearly go out with a clear comm strategy around our submission, highlighting why we believe that there are so many flaws in this legislation.
Yeah, I'm happy to move this item actually, having worked a bit with them both on it. Does anyone want to second?
I'll second.
Councillor Ewan. Blair, sorry, just on the mic, to add to Ewan's point while we're crafting a potential add-on, because we've talked a bit about this, or you can perhaps craft it, but politically as well, I think it's important we approach the opposition parties and make a lot of noise about this, because we've done the compliance pathway and we're just not getting traction. So do we need some specific resolutions to get staff to act on this specifically?
I wonder, thank you Chair, whether what the hint of Councillor Wilson's is really around our stakeholder engagement and advocacy plan. So maybe just some words that really reference stakeholder engagement and advocacy, and that provides a broader, I guess, direction to the Chief Executive and staff to both proactively potentially have some media comms, but equally reach out to both opposition and incumbent members of Parliament as part of that wider stakeholder advocacy, along with our other sort of partners in the area as we sort of put forward both our submission in terms of verbal presentation, but equally discussions with members of Parliament and opposition MPs, etc. If that's helpful.
All right, yeah, thanks, Blair. Just one moment. Are there any more questions? Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. During your commentary just now, you talked about the unique position that our metro councils have and how different the issues are for us in terms of growth, etc., and that we're impacted more keenly than some other councils. What work have we done to canvass the views of other metros around the country, and perhaps look to be able to have a joined-up advocacy to our government around those issues?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So we've been in touch with Tauranga, Wellington City, Christchurch City, Palmerston North and Auckland in terms of what they're doing. We've seen some of their submissions to date, but look, I think the reality is the submission period window was very truncated. It fell over Christmas. We're all scrambling to come up to speed with 850 pages of statute and to form a submission. So yes, we're in touch with them. Yes, we're trying to align where possible. Yeah, we haven't been able to kind of agree a unified metro voice at this stage. And I guess each of them have their own different political, I guess, views and opinions. And you know, in an Auckland sense, they are already a unitary authority. So a lot of the issues which you know, fall at Hamilton with respect to this would fall away if we were to be a unitary or operating in a unitary environment. Part of the complexity and issue is the fact there's 11 different territorial local authorities across the Waikato, and it's a vast area.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Perhaps also that might be something we can explore, Blair, through the comms and engagement period. Oh, that's right. I think the chair was, and he can pick that up later. Thank you.
Comms thing. She might have already sent it. She's very efficient. Councillor Anne, round two.
Just in terms of the flaws, I understand the flaws, and we've been quite vocal about that in our submissions or drafts. But in terms of the positive aspects of this, I wonder if, you know, equally we could draw attention to those, because I'm sure there are some, and perhaps the National Planning Framework is one of those things. I'm not sure, you'll have a perspective on that, but stronger potential outcomes for urban design, there's a whole raft of things that potentially are more positive, and maybe it's not a, just after your perspective on the positive, less flawed aspects.
Yeah. Oh, look, we've been searching hard to find the positives. Consistency in terms of national planning framework would be one of those. So, I mean, at the moment we have a huge amount of national policy statements that have all sort of come to light in a matter of years, and some of them are misaligned with one another. So having a coherent kind of national direction would be really helpful. That would certainly be one of them. I think the introduction of spatial planning is a positive, but I think how it's been conceived again has some weaknesses, so that it won't be as effective as it otherwise could have been. I think more joined up regional planning is a good thing, but again, I think the point is that the spatial scale at which that's done at is in question under the current kind of regional boundaries. We think they should be redrawn if you want to undertake effective planning for an area.
And iwi participation potentially would be?
Yeah, I mean, I think in a Waikato context, I'd say that again, we're probably quite mature in that space, particularly from a Hamilton City point of view, in terms of the JMA and our co-governance arrangements, and the involvement that Waikato Tainui have in plan development and plan making. I can't speak for what it's like elsewhere around the country.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anna. Some good questions. I've got one from Councillor Sarah. She's having some trouble with sound, so we're going to actually break after this item and just allow staff to reboot the system. But her question is, in terms of the boundaries and structure for the spatial plans and for the planning committee, would they prefer the approach of simply limiting the boundaries to the existing future-proof arrangements, or to have subcommittees made up of communities of interest, like Future-Proof, under a regional planning committee? I thought that the submission could be more explicit on what our preference would be.
I think you end up in the same place under both scenarios, in that either through a subcommittee arrangement you end up with a greater Hamilton Waikato Metro focus, or you change the regional boundaries and you achieve the same thing, a Hamilton Waikato Metro focus. So yeah, I guess you end up in the same place with either. It's given our observations in terms of how settled we think the proposals are in terms of what's in the two bills, I don't see them moving away from the existing regional boundaries. We have submitted on that in previous occasions, and there's been no change. And I think just adding to that, the fact that local government reform is not within the remit of what's being looked at here, to that sort of just adds greater weight to why we wouldn't see any change away from the existing regional boundaries.
Okay, Sarah's nodding. I think that satisfies her question. Enough. If there's no more questions, we'll go to the debate. I've moved, so I'll kick off. Look, just firstly to staff, I think you've all done an excellent job in identifying, coordinating, collaborating, and articulating really well the flaws in this agreement. I think it's of real concern from a spatial planning perspective and the centralised approach. I think why I'm so keen to support a wider challenging media involvement, and can I say, Stephen Ward, you're looking quite sharp today in that purple shirt, is because the government's not listening, and we can't keep going down this compliance path of submissions, and I can only hope that dear old Chippy is taking stock and receding a little bit on this reform storm because it's going to end up in a disaster. And as we've articulated in these submissions, they don't even talk to each other. Three Waters legislation, some of it hasn't even landed, let alone local government reform, let alone the two bills we've got before us, and we haven't even seen the climate change adaptation bill. So they've got to be integrated, they've got to be cohesive, and the risk is they're not going to be. Councillor Ewan.
Thanks, Chair Ryan. Look, I agreed with everything you've said. I go back to the fundamentals. It's not often that I hear staff saying it's really hard to find the positives in any of this draft legislation. It's frustrating that staff and council have constructively tried to work with the legislator, saying the draft bills have some flaws. Could you adapt them? Could you change them? And we've been doing it for 2 and a bit years, and we're getting no traction. And so I'm not surprised that we're sitting here having such a strong position to say this is so inherently flawed that we believe actually sticking with the existing system and letting some of the changes that were made recently bed in would be a better option and would be less costly, and in fact would not lead to a loss of democracy. It is very clear to me, and that we need to be strong with our communication, that the submission is the appropriate one. And let me finish by saying that we as a council are incredibly lucky to have the capable team that we have. Our staff are experts in this area. They bring decades of insight and expertise, and they are, I think, inherently impartial. And they went looking, trying to find the strengths. They've tried to be constructive with their initial feedback to government, and they've been ignored. So this is our time as governors to stand behind them and say, well done for all your hard work. And government, you've got to start listening. This is a litany of events that just keep coming down the pipeline. And the one consistent thing is they're not listening.
Thank you, Councillor Anna.
Thank you, Councillor Ewan. I understand the points around the council staff's expertise and such. I guess from my perspective, from an environmental perspective, thinking about the failures of the RMA to achieve good environmental outcomes, I guess I'm interested in maybe the good aspects that can be achieved through this reform, and the national planning framework, the potential for better urban design, all those things that could be achieved. I do accept the staff's expertise though, however. I just want to remember that we haven't achieved good environmental outcomes so far. Our water quality in our city and region would tell us that if we need an indicator. So I'm thinking about all the environmental groups who are also making submissions on this reform, and their message is there's some good stuff in there around environmental limits, and yeah, iwi voice, hua kaitiaki, that's important. There's lots of good things from my perspective, and I think our submissions can be also stronger in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrew.
I've lobbied for 10 years for RMA reform, and this is not the reform we were asking for. I don't see this making it easier to get through the system. Given the lack of the government taking notice of submissions, I've ceased putting in submissions on behalf of the architecture and building industry, and I'm at the point of saying, why are we wasting council money on submissions if they're going to be ignored. I think if we continue to get the feedback that they aren't listening, we should disengage.
Thank you. Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to reiterate what others have said previously, so I'll be very brief. Excellent work done by Mark and the team. Really well done on there. I fully support everything that's gone on there. They've really put their heart and soul into it, and to back up what Ewan said about them going looking for the positives just shows that there's some good initiative there and some real care. Look, we don't want this to be a fait accompli through central government, and that this moving towards this slightly less devolved system is going to be detrimental to everything that we stand for in local democracy. So submissions are important. We've seen them in this chamber where groups will come in and advocate for things, and we listen and we make changes, and we can be accepting if a good case is put forward. So slightly disagree with Andrew's point on not putting submissions in, because I think the old adage of the squeaky wheel gets the oil still remains strong. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kesh.
Thank you. Again, I just want to echo a thank you to the team, Mark and team, especially working over what should have been a summer break. So appreciate your work and your time that you've put into this, and for a really clear explanation just before, really good summary. This has been an incredibly frustrating process, and I think we can all agree that the short timeframes for submissions hasn't been helpful. It almost feels like the people's voice is not valued, which is incredibly frustrating. We should be living in a democratic country where everyone's voice is valued. This bill, again shows continued loss of local democracy, a diluted local voice. It's extra cost when we're already drowning in costs. I think Hamilton has unique challenges. So my view is that central government, if you want to get involved, you provide us with the right tools and then just get out of the way.
Fantastic. All right. Is there anyone else wish to speak to the item? We will go to the vote. Those in favour?
Give me 2 seconds. I'm just sending the motion.
To these guys? Oh, yeah. Just waiting on the baby Zoomers. Yeah, I'll coin it. It was as per plus the I on media. Okay.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Cool, thank you. We're going to break for 15 just to give the team a chance to reboot the system. So we'll meet back at 10 to 11. Thank you. Or are you straight ready to go? Okay. Keep it off just for a moment. All right, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, I have a free flat white to give away. Free flat white, hot off the press, for whoever can tell us the name of our new Hipo Manawa lead. What's his name? No.
Woody Hana Kane.
The CEO. Well done. What did you say?
He's my mate.
Should have said that handsome fella, didn't I?
Do you want the coffee, Woody?
Oh, no, I don't drink coffee.
Okay, mate.
We good?
We're good.
Okay, I'm pleased to.
Boy too.
I'd just like to give one away, a bit of fun, generous, benevolent, and all that. Unfortunately, our reboot did not work, so we're still going to carry on with technical difficulties. But Mark Donovan, they can't hear us very well, unfortunately, but that's good. That's an upgrade. Mark Donovan may drop a beat if we need some music background, though. All right, we're all good to go? Fantastic. We're back on item 9. So I'd like to welcome Martin up.
Thanks, Chair. With me I've got Honor Young, our team leader who heads up our urban mobility unit.
Please speak loud too for Sarah and Moko. They're having some trouble hearing everyone today.
Okay. So we're here, the purpose of the report is to seek your approval to sign the Climate Emergency Response Fund Transport Choices Initiative Funding Agreement, nice short snappy title, and also approve the final list of projects that are attached to the report. Just one point of clarification before I hand over. Because we've been negotiating with Waka Kotahi around the final list, the bottom line dollars did change. So the new attachment to your report, attachment 2, is slightly different from what the original attachment to that report was. So that's not reflected in the dollars within the report. You'll see in the dollars in the report talk about 43 million. That's actually around $37 million now. So just want to make that quite clear. I'll take the rest of the report as read and happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. We had a good briefing on this yesterday, which was helpful. Councillor Jeff.
Oh, I think I'm after.
Oh, Councillor Maxine.
I thought I was expecting Jeff to. No, that's all right. Thank you for the work and report. My goodness, it's awesome to be getting free money. 43 to 37, that's a shame we can't spend all of it. Are any of the projects in there brand new things that we wouldn't have seen before, or how did they come about?
I would say the majority of the projects are projects that you've either seen through the old Infrastructure Operations Committee or have been talked about generally throughout some of our other programs that are now we've pulled together into this package. There are a couple of new ones on there that haven't been before you before. There's some generic line items there that will be made up through a list of lots of smaller type projects. For example, the end-of-trip facilities for bike and scooter parking. Last year we did a citywide parking survey for bike and scooter parking, and we put that out to the community, and they did drop pins in a map for us. So, you know, we went through and we reviewed all that feedback. That's developed up a bit of a list for us that we can feed into this. The bus stop replacements. We just completed a full review of the city's bus stops and bus shelters. Done a full assessment of all those sites. From that, we will pick out sites from that some of them you obviously we can provide that list in the future, but there'll be a number of new things that you won't have heard of before. Yeah.
But I guess where I'm coming from there is that none of us should be surprised by items that appear on there, that they fit with the goals that we've already endorsed through the Buckingham Micromobility, the Regional Transport Plan, etc.
Yeah, most definitely, and they all tie back ultimately to Access Hamilton, that transport strategy, which has been obviously endorsed and approved by Council. So they align with that, and that was part of the reason for picking these projects. They aligned with a number of strategies nationally and obviously at a local level as well.
Thank you. And that the list that's been presented is already approved by Waka Kotahi, that's correct?
That's correct. I mean, since December, we've been in a negotiation phase with Waka Kotahi around the final list. And yeah, last Friday was, late afternoon last Friday, we got to an agreement that this was what they would support us with. So yeah, it's been a bit of back and forth for a while.
Mm. And should it be approved today, then it's really just a matter of get on with it.
Well, look, timeframes are really tight, as you know. 30th of June 2024 is the cut-off for the funding. They want the whole program wrapped up across the country. So there's significant pressure on councils across the country and resources to deliver. And I think we're well placed. I mean, we've done extremely well as a council to get the level of funding that we've got. Most of the projects are either 90% funded or some are 100% funded. So it's a great opportunity to accelerate our program of, transport choices for our residents and our visitors. So a fantastic opportunity fallen in our laps. Yep.
Thanks, Martin. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kesh.
Hi, Martin.
Hello.
The list of projects that you've provided, are any of these in our current program, in our current budget?
Some of the projects had attracted just local share funding, which you had approved, some of the public transport ones. Yeah. We've now obviously taken that opportunity to put them into this program where we'll get the larger subsidy. Yeah. So we can do more with the local share. Some of the projects were in our low-cost, low-risk program. So we've put them into this program as well to obviously get the higher subsidy. The low-cost, low-risk program is always backfilled very quickly with other projects. So we've been able to add those into that program.
All right. So would you have like a dollar figure around that? So what CapEx savings we'd be making if these were successful?
Look, I think that there isn't really much in the way of CapEx savings. I think it's all we've done is redistributed the capital that's been made available. We're not asking for any additional capital funding at all. We've just, I suppose, moved the deck chairs around a bit.
All right. So we're not saving anything or spending less?
No.
All right.
No. We're just doing more with what we've been given.
Okay.
So again, it allows us to accelerate our programs.
All right.
And put more stuff out there to help the community move around.
All right. And, some of them are at different stages. So is this cost to deliver all of these projects, or is it just to get it to different stages?
No, this is the full cost, what we think it's going to cost to deliver the project. So that's all the scoping, the design work, and, the construction.
All right.
So, we're looking at this as the full and final cost.
And with the timings, have you built in time for it to be for elected member input so that we actually see the designs and things before?
Yeah, certainly there is time built into that. So we've been through that process. We will certainly be reporting. Our plan is to report back to the Infrastructure and Transport Committee on progress. There may be opportunities where we'll need to have a workshop or a briefing with you on certain things, just to get clarification. But we've certainly built that into our timeframes for delivery, yes.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Kesh. Councillor Andrew.
Thanks,
Chair, item 8 of the executive summary, signing the Surf Transport Choices Initiative Funding Agreement does not require councils to commit to future phases of the SURF. Could you just elaborate on that as to our commitment and our flexibility, and that if we get money, how far we can go with changing projects, or is this completely separate future phases not included in this initial one?
So I suppose the purpose of that line in the report was to say, look, here's an opportunity, but it doesn't mean we need to commit. If SURF 2 came up, we don't need to commit to that if we don't want to. If we don't feel that SURF 1 has done us any favours.
Right.
So there's no commitment to.
Right. So SURF 2 would be a completely separate set of money and projects.
That's correct.
Yeah. So SURF 1, how much flexibility do we have in changing these projects if we get them signed up now?
We can't change the list. The list is the list now.
Right.
Where there is flexibility is around how they develop up as individual projects going forward. So look, from signing the agreement, we've got 3 months to sort out all the background paperwork, the schedules, the project management plans for each project. And then obviously we'll need to get into talking with businesses, residents, community groups, that sort of thing. And look, ultimately, if there's a huge kickback against some of these projects, we'll need to consider the future of those projects, and we'll do that through discussions with yourselves and Waka Kotahi as well.
Right. So we've got the proposals about delegation to the chief executive and staff to sign off changes. That 3 months would give enough time to come back to the full council for sign off on significant changes?
I think that's probably up for you guys to debate, to be honest with you. I mean, our preference is we're on a very short time frame to delivery. I would hate to put any significant hurdles in the way to slow that progress down. We've got to fast track it as best we can, bearing in mind there's still obviously the democratic process to follow through. But my intention was to report to each Infrastructure and Transport Committee on progress, and maybe use other means to provide updates to elected members,
right,
rather than reporting to full council.
Yeah.
For change.
And that sort of 3 month period might be like in the first month you're sorting out design, and second month project delivery, and third month sort of contract type things, so that the design side of it and public feedback and all of that really has to happen very quickly?
No, I mean the 3 months is to actually get all the, let's say, the background paperwork in respect of, they call them schedules, so within that let me just quickly refer back in the agreement. What they're looking for is things like, project management plan, which will contain the project description, a context, the benefits, the outputs, the design details, the risks, the methodology, any resourcing stuff that's required. So it's pretty standard project management planning 101, but and then there's like timeline to delivery. So we've got to put in a bit of a plan around that, and then put a communications and engagement plan together, and a monitoring evaluation plan as well. So there's a lot of background detail that Waka Kotahi require when you sign these agreements for each project. So that's the 3 month period. As we're getting all that stuff wrapped up, we'll also be working in the background on the projects. We'll be going out talking to some of the businesses that are impacted, just giving them a very early heads up what we want to do and why we're doing it. For example, Killarney Road, where we want to put a facility along that industrial section. The plan is to go out very shortly and start having a conversation about how those businesses operate.
Yeah.
Can we actually improve the situation for them to make it easier for their customers and their deliveries to be done by what we want to progress? So that's the sort of stuff we'll be doing while we get all this other background information pulled together.
Right. So that consultation, you know, it might be like a month of consultation, which leaves very little time for everything else, which puts you guys under pressure.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, a lot of resourcing, but yeah, we've got the resources in place to deliver. We feel it's achievable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Do you mind if I just ask one question just about a specific couple of projects in there? It's only Martin, I just want to double check. We had some discussions about in-lane bus stops on busy roads towards the end of last term, from memory. And am I right in seeing that we have some proposed here on southern Anglesey Street and Pembroke Street and Thackeray Street?
That's currently, we are looking at those, correct, yes. Yes, as a potential way to go forward, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Mr Chair, I just want to, it might not be the moment, just want to alert you to the fact that I've got a slight change to the motion, which I have sent through and Amy has very kindly put through, and when you're ready for me, I could just let everybody know about that.
Thank you. Also got indication from Maxine, she's keen to move the staff recommendation. Maxine, have you seen Jeff's, in fact, Jeff, do you just want to explain your additions? Yeah, just explain your
for that.
amendment.
Sure. So what I'm proposing is that we take out C, which says that we approve in principle all projects. And I'm not sort of confident that at this stage I do approve in principle all projects. I approve most of them, but not all of them. So I wouldn't be able to support that. And so what I suggest, and the other thing is, I'm not seeing any absolute set in stone process here for that to come back to the Infrastructure and Transport Committee. It's not in the recommendations there at the moment. It's all quite top heavy, where it mentions the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Chair of Infrastructure and Transport and Chair of Finance. So I actually want it set in stone that it will come back, all projects will come back to the Infrastructure and Transport Committee. So I have replaced C with acknowledged that all identified surf transport choices must be first approved by the Infrastructure and Transport Committee, and a slight tweak in E, which would ensure that once again everything comes back for final approval to that Infrastructure and Transport Committee.
So it's just around the delegations, essentially.
Yeah. It's just ensuring we all get a say.
Look, it appears to be just around delegations, but a question for Martin, perhaps, about what delay that might create if we go down that pathway. I guess that would be my concern. If we have a June 24 deadline to be able to complete the projects, would we be able to do it if we are delaying the approval of the projects at this meeting today? June 24, yep. Did I say 23? No. Oh, I just said June, yeah. Yeah, so I guess question for you on that, Martin.
Yeah, through the Chair in response, obviously any delays, significant delays are going to put the programme in jeopardy. I suppose throwing the question back out to Council is that, do you want to approve each stage of the design process, or are we talking about approving the concept designs and then we just get on with the job? Or are we going to approve detailed designs, preliminary designs? I mean, what level of detail are we talking about? Because if we are talking about each stage, then that's going to probably really impact our ability to deliver.
Mr Chair, could I just respond, given that what I'm suggesting, Martin, is there'll be some big projects which we would want to see the design, detailed. There would be obviously little projects such as new bus stops or whatever where, you know, it's a lot more straightforward. So I'm not suggesting full design for absolutely everything. But I am suggesting that we get to approve everything as the Infrastructure and Transport Committee.
Okay.
So, Chair, I guess at this stage, I'd be reluctant to delay the project by
Point of order.
insisting that
Hang on,
the
hang on. Yeah.
that
Hang on,
that
Maxine.
C.
Just raised a point of order.
Whoever said anything about delaying a project? There's no
Yeah,
suggestion
I just
about
want
that.
to, I'm going to go to CEO. Just want to clarify, I don't understand why this would create delay. There's delegations in both. None of them refer to timelines.
I was actually going to get Eva Lisa just to comment on timelines, potential delays, and also the question that Martin asked, which I think is quite important to get clarity on that.
So through the chair, in terms of, this is council's decision today to progress with the funding agreement, and dependent on the level, and included in the report is that those macroscopes approvals for the projects would come through for the appropriate committee for approval and through elected members through various channels, which Martin's just described. So what I'm saying is actually just getting that next layer of approval for those identified projects. So I believe G sort of talks about that in terms of notes that all future agreement reports, including any required approvals and monitoring reports, will be reported to the Infrastructure and Transport Committee. So through to Councillor Taylor, who put the motion up, does that satisfy that those approvals would go, or is there additional wording? Does that contradict E with G?
Well, notes that all future.
Notes. Oh, future. Okay. Future, so it doesn't meet what you want.
No,
Okay.
sorry.
So what we're saying is the next Infrastructure and Transport Committee is the 7th of March, and so a report is already heading to the 7th of March Infrastructure and Transport Committee. Is that I think that would be an appropriate opportunity to go through and work through that list so that we can progress the projects on that, or alternatively we can progress the projects that we're happy with today and then put on hold the ones that need further discussion. So there are two opportunities that can be talked about today under the project list if that is of concern. So if there's no concern, delegating to the Chief Executive on the agreement side to progress unlocking the funding that central government has provided us, but then work through the projects. Yeah.
You happy with that, Jeff?
Yeah, well, it's...
Can we reflect that in the wording?
We'll see what ensure that's
that
going to
idea?
happen. Because it's going to come back to the full committee, so that's what I've got there.
So Eva Lisa, so with Jeff's proposed, do you see any delays or issues?
It puts on, if we can work on the projects that are okay during that time through the agreement and continue on developing the schedules on the okay projects, that would be helpful for us. And it's the projects that aren't possibly are still needing to be discussed so that further information can be provided to elected members as part of the agreement, which is all part of the development of the schedules over the next 3 months under the agreement to confirm.
Thank you.
So there's a delay in signing the agreement with finalising the projects, but the thing is, this is for elected members to make sure there's comfort for and whether the 7th of March to finalise the projects, but we continue on being able to delegate to the Chief Executive to get the ball rolling on the projects in agreement so that we can actually carry on without causing any delay, because a poor outcome for us would be that all of our work halts from today and doesn't progress until after 7th of March.
No one wants that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to mitigate.
hang on, so you're happy with, as you've got it, Jeff?
Yeah,
Do you feel comfortable that you could incorporate Jeff's concerns or not?
So as long as it doesn't create a delay in today and setting up projects for us to get on with, then, you know.
So Evelisa, are you comfortable that this wouldn't create delay in projects? It just brings more visibility, I think, what Jeff's trying to say, in terms of the design, not the funding agreement, but the design of projects.
By having to first approve acknowledges that all identified must be first approved by the Infrastructure and Transport Committee.
I think that's a problem, is it?
That's in terms of, that is Oh, and that's
Chris Allen
Chris
had it at the
Allen
moment.
just suggested putting it into tagging it to before the construction is commenced, so that you can negotiate into the agreement, but before it's even constructed, then you get approval through the Infrastructure Operations Committee, which is the same as that
And that could be a process.
approval. Yeah, so as part of the process,
Through the reporting.
prior to construction, we have approval through the Infrastructure Operations Committee.
Okay, so you're happy with that?
I could live with that. Jeff?
And you're happy with that, Jeff?
But don't we have to sign an agreement by the end of February stating what the projects are, like on whatever the page is with that long list? And then we're committed to actually delivering those projects under the SURF funding, or else you're into variation negotiations, is that right?
We can.
I think there's still an opportunity, once we sign the funding agreements, to still go into negotiations, because things will crop up that will potentially impact the programme.
Because I noticed the variation clauses in that agreement are, you know, it allows for what you're talking about. Obviously, you know, some of this is a little bit fluid at times with consultation and circumstances changing. And look at Auckland, some of these probably changed overnight on the weekend.
So Maxine, would you be happy?
And could it be also that we don't progress a project that's on there, that's approved, but that council has now changed its mind on?
There is that potential, yes.
Okay.
I suppose what for a direction for staff is, what can we get on with, and what do you want us to hold back on at this stage? Because, March is, I know it's not that far away, but in the world we're currently working in.
Yeah, but hang on, Martin.
It's not like
we're
tomorrow.
not getting into that detail. We're just looking at a high level
I
here. It's about-
agree, yeah.
So Maxine, if you're happy with that, and Jeff, you're happy with that, we can have one motion to go forward on.
Yeah, and I mean, I can certainly provide assurance that elected members would be happy to, you know, in the spirit of, there'll be a number of these things that are self-explanatory and that are obvious no-brainers. So we wouldn't be able to, we wouldn't be looking to rigidly go through each one, you know. We'd want to be helpful in that regard.
Yep.
I'm just saying there's some that could be a sticking point and need further discussion.
Right, no, coming.
Hang on, Maxine, are you happy with that?
Yep.
Okay, so are you happy to second, what's your motion, so you second it? Because Maxine moved first?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder. And Councillor Andrew.
Could we have an extraordinary Infrastructure and Transport Committee meeting soon? Leaving it to a decision prior to construction, that means there's been a lot of money and effort put into detailed design and getting contracts in place.
I'm going to go to Evelisa. Lord Lansing, you want to answer that question? I don't know if that's necessary.
I don't believe it's necessary with the approvals that have been asked for in the current motion that's on the board, that would, and the ongoing reports that are taken to the Infrastructure Operations Committee anyway, with the first report on the 7th of March. So I believe those committees still allow that conversation to progress at each committee against the report.
Right.
Yeah.
And just one comment, most of the projects could be ticked off very quickly because most
Comment
of them
questions?
are controversial.
Great. Questions? Councillor Louise.
So, initial question about the motion. How usual is it for for projects of that type on that funding list to come to council for approval in this way? Appreciate it might be a Eva Lisa question or it might be a Mark question.
Large-scale projects do come through a committee structure for approval. As an example, the items on the low-cost, low-risk program have already been approved by the Infrastructure and Operations Committee because in the previous triennium, because that list is approved by the Infrastructure Operations Committee and future Infrastructure and Transport Committees. The public transport, the little pieces of information and programs have been brought to elected members. So in terms of how usual political and this type of, with government funding and having those, I guess, impacts on our community, those are the types of matters that do come through for committee approvals. But often those conversations are occurring through the annual plan and long-term plan and committee processes, therefore allow us just to continue on building and constructing and delivering on the program that's been approved by council as a program of works.
Okay. Martin, how many on that list are from or were initially on the low cost, low risk list? Like as a ballpark?
I think it might have been 3 off the top of my head that have transferred across.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was only a small number. Yeah.
And I was just wondering as well, just in terms of the projects themselves, certainly a large concern of many of our different users of our transport system, the concern is around safety and accessibility. I was wondering if you could just speak to how present that is across that list of projects.
Oh, it's fundamental. Safety and accessibility is basically our bread and butter. So each project goes through a safety design review to ensure that we're meeting the requirements around safety and accessibility for end users, most definitely.
How many of them would be an upgrade of accessibility?
Well, I suppose if I talk to the bus shelter replacement one, that's probably a really good one to target because all our, certainly our new shelters that are going in are built with accessible curbs to make them fully accessible for people with mobility issues. So all the upgrades that we'll do through this process will include all those upgrades as part of that.
And how many of the other projects would be a safety upgrade?
There's a number of safety projects here, but they're obviously, they're targeting, you'll see that the transport element is around cycling, public transport, walking. But every project, if we're able to combine safety elements into that, then we'll do that at the same time as well. So things like raised safety platforms for pedestrian crossings, that introduces that safety element into it.
Cool. I don't have any further questions, but Sarah has had her hand up for quite a while.
Yeah, going to her now, and then Councillor Sarah, and then we'll go to Kesh.
Thank you. My question is just, sorry, this is all getting tedious, but E in the proposed motion doesn't really make sense in my view. I'm just wondering what's actually what is being ported, because we're saying we're delegating the ability to the CE to sign off on changes, but then saying it's in consultation with committees. So how do you consult with a committee or or a full council? Does it mean that we're actually asking for approval, in which case it's formal approval, in which case it's not really delegation to the CE, or is it an email out to all elected members and there's feedback and that's consultation?
Mr. Chair, given that I put up that, is that a question?
I don't think so. I think it's a staff question. It's a good point. It's a process question. Did you want to clarify something?
Well, I did.
Can we have your mic on, Jeff? Your mic. Sorry.
Previously it was that the CE communicates with Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Chair of Infrastructure and Transport, Chair of Finance, I believe. So there was already some work to be done there. So I don't actually think it's that onerous a change just to communicate with the entire council on it.
Lance or Amy, did you want to comment on that? It is a point around consultation with a formal committee, because we resolve something, so.
Well, I see where Sarah's coming from, because it's, it's a little bit ambiguous. It says that myself or the staff would consult, get views, but what if there's differing views among elected members? Then I'll make a decision, and it's like I get shot 3 ways instead of 1 way. So, so I think a bit more clarity in there would be better, because
Should be after approval from the committee.
yeah, or there's either a delegation to the CE, and I get the intent, but I think just if there's a desire for the council to strongly have a say in decision making around this, then I think it should be clear on that.
What if we were to basically take out the... Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for it to be the CEs, delegated to the CE. The point of it really was, it was quite top-heavy. There was a loop of councillors who were going to be involved.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Jeff, but we can't have it both ways. It's either the CEs or it's councils, and so we've got to clarify.
Second point, Chair. If you're seeing that as a concern, as Councillor Sarah clearly is, both the original motion and the amended motion would have to change. Because if you're saying there's ambiguity under D, the ambiguity remains whether it's the original motion or the other.
Yeah.
So you're creating this, do you see what I'm saying?
Yep, point made.
Yep. So if the CE is finding this
point
unmanageable,
point made.
then come up with a solution, because we'd have to amend it either way.
Thank you. So we might just have a 5-minute break, and we'll get Maxine, Jeff to talk up front with Amy and Lance.
And then we can craft something.
If we can work through that, we'll do it. Otherwise, we have to do separate amendments. But it's a good process point, Sarah. Is there anything else while we've got you that you want to ask or discuss?
I think I'm pretty clear on the other change there. Basically, but if I could just get confirmation, because it's still a little bit hard to follow everything on Zoom. So basically saying first approving all the projects, probably should say transport choice projects must be first approved. That still enables staff to continue work on everything at this stage, and it won't, is my understanding, so we can continue to keep progressing everything until it, these are then brought for later discussion. Is that right?
I'm looking for a nod from Eva Lisa.
Excellent. Thank you. That was all.
Okay, we might just have a 3-4 minute break, and I'll just ask Jeff, Maxine to work with the CE and Amy, if that's all right, and we'll just see if we can iron that out. Okay, everyone, I think we have
Some people have a different view on what consultation is. Yeah. And then we Dave Mack today.
Yeah. Do you want?
You can offload my tag.
Eva Lisa. I'm just going to get Eva Lisa to run through where we've got to. I think everyone will find it's a lot clearer, but it was a bit of a process to get there. Do you want to just step us through, Eva Lisa, where we're at? Do you want to wait till she's spoken to it?
It's a process.
Okay.
So Evelyn's going to talk us through some changes. Do we still have the ability to ask questions after that, or are we going straight into debate?
I'd like to go into debate because we've sort of deliberated this already and yesterday.
Okay.
Eva Lisa? Has Chris Allen got some more inspiration for you?
Following so the changes that have been made, so just to step through, B is around delegating approval to the Chief Executive to execute the funding agreement that was attached. D requests that the Infrastructure Transport Committee finalises and approves the Transport Choices project schedules within the funding agreement. This is completed once the funding agreement is signed. We can actually work through the schedules and have time to work through them and be able to bring those back to Council for visibility or to the Transport Committee to ensure that those projects continue on in under the project schedules for Waka Kotahi. And then we note that should Waka Kotahi not approve all the projects submitted or staff believe there is a risk with the delivery of projects within the funding agreement, that we will work with the Infrastructure and Transport Committee to amend these project schedules within the funding agreement. So it allows that conversation between staff and Waka Kotahi with the visibility of the Infrastructure and Transport Committee and guidance. And then we have the remaining two, which have remained the same in terms of the resolutions.
Would
that
anyone
were
like to
there.
change them? No, I'm just kidding.
We're not, no.
Okay, thanks, Eva-Lisa. We're going to go into debate. Thank you, Martin and Honor. Maxine, you're...
Chair Ryan, so can I just get one point of clarification, and then very briefly?
Yeah.
Just, in terms of process, we can have a extraordinary infrastructure and transport committee meetings at the end of another meeting or something. Is that possible?
If needed, Eva-Lisa's going to answer.
In terms of process, I believe there is a process in terms of calling an extraordinary council committee. So I'd take the guidance of Amy and governance on that, and through the chair and deputy chair of the committee.
Because I just wondered if it should say we'll work with the committee or slash council or something, if that better enabled an extraordinary meeting to
It's
ensure
implicit
that we're
there.
holding things up. That was my only thing.
Yeah, that's implicit. Sarah, thank you. Yep. Okay, Maxine, it's your motion.
Like all good things, the wording of this takes some time to get through, but I believe that the wording currently gives us the opportunity to really get on with the work that's that we're being asked to look at, not just by this council today, but as government asked us to do also, to think about our environment and to respond in a really positive and meaningful way to the kinds of changes that we'll need to make as Hamiltonians. The opportunity to advance our plans that have already been in train for through many different plans, through our Access Hamilton, through other biking and micro-mobility, through our regional transport plans as well. And we need to be able to take advantage of the opportunity government is giving us to use their money instead of ours. We've ambitiously put up more than 80 projects at the outset, and we're now at a point where Waka Kotahi have already approved the list that you've seen today. Sure, there's bits on it that we might want to review and that we might not want to progress. And we've already heard that that's an opportunity for us to be able to do if we choose to. I'd like to, at this point, thank the staff for a great deal of work that they've done putting that together at short notice. It's always a mind blow for me when we see the work that staff do and the dedication that they have. They worked with the chair and the deputy chair of infrastructure and operations in the last council, so thank you to Chair Angela and the deputy chair Sarah of the time for their input. You know, there was already a great deal of commitment to get these projects underway, and our community have been telling us this, so none of this is a surprise. So it's really important that today's decision sets us on a pathway to get this stuff delivered, stuff that we really want to be able to see Hamiltonians benefit from. I don't want to see any delay in getting on with the work, actually. You know, I want to see everything, everywhere, all at once, just like the movie says. So let's just get on with it, please. Kia ora.
Thanks, Maxine. Jeff.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for your patience, and thanks everyone. Maxine as well for that. Look, the level of scrutiny was important to me because I think, you know, we're in the shadow of the Innovating Streets issue still, and for me that was particularly frustrating because you could see a problem arising, but for businesses in Ward Street in particular, but you couldn't do anything about it because you simply weren't allowed to by other members of the council. So this actually gives everyone a say, and I think it's a much better process. And it's great, I echo Maxine, well done staff and everyone, and elected members, it's great to have this opportunity to gain subsidies for some great projects. And I'm really happy for us to be able to progress the funding agreement. But I do also add that there are some things on that list that that I can't support. So I'm looking forward to debate on those. But I think we've found a path through it. And I hear what Maxine is saying about let's get on with it, but I would also say that, to me, it's great to have these subsidies, the money to do things, but it has to be for work that genuinely takes the city ahead. And not all of us agree on that path. And so, you know, I agree with the cycle connections and some really useful ones there. I'm neutral about some others. But for example, for me, raised platforms, I've had a guts full of those, and I think they're appearing far too often. In-lane bus stops on busy streets is a no from me, and removing of car parking is a no from me. So we don't all agree on these things, and we should be in a position where instead of things being pushed through, we actually have a chance to discuss them. And that's really all I was after. Because, you know, there is a great argument that, you know, you can do a lot with language. And, you know, if you're using terms such as walkability or safety, it sounds fantastic. But there is a subtext, and the subtext is that people driving cars are impacted, and that can't be denied. And so what I'm really trying to get to is a situation where we move in a way that we take the whole city with us. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Councillor Louise.
Do you want to reset the timer?
You've got 30 seconds.
I would just hate to go over the allotted time.
Just go.
Okay. I would just really like to, I guess, draw the attention to what the purpose of this funding is for. This is climate emergency response funding. And all of these projects are things that we are so desperately in need of, and I think Martin summed it up quite well in his comments when he talked about how these are all things we were going to do, and now we can get on and do them, but there are restraints that come with them. You know, we know things like 63% of non-cyclists would cycle if it was safer. We know 50% of cyclists would cycle more if it was safer. We know for public transport that our disabled community, that our older people community rely on this service, and that the safety and accessibility is paramount for people to get around our city. And that speaks to the wider well-beings and the purpose of council itself to ensure that we are acting on those things, to make sure that people are not isolated out in their homes and not able to get around our city, because that's a huge part of being a citizen of Hamilton, is being able to move around our beautiful city and participate in it. So I'm uncomfortable, I guess, with the potential to micromanage projects, but I accept that there is a level of established process that some would have come to council anyway. But I'm certainly looking forward to the debates of these projects. And I think that it's really critical that we keep reminding ourselves of that higher purpose of what these projects are doing and why they're there. We've seen the impacts of climate change in the news in the past couple of days, and I won't read the Radio New Zealand feed out to everybody to make that point. But this work ties into those wider plans that, again, Martin spoke to, Carbon Zero, even the Waikato Tainui Environment Plan and Vision Zero. So it is critical that we do these things and we don't delay and we don't attempt to pretend that we have more expertise in these things than the incredible staff who are working in this organisation. So I will be voting in favour of this, but I do want to note a discomfort.
Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to reiterate that most of the projects are fine and can be approved pretty much immediately. And the purpose of the change is not to micromanage the detail, and I hope we've got it right now. That I think Chris Allen and Martin Parks talked about the macro level, which I think we've got in there under clause 12, I think it was. I think we've now got a good process where we can have that level of scrutiny that Jeff needs, and that wasn't clear in the original proposal, so I think we've done a good job in making that clear. The issue for me is there's no such thing as free money. I'm a taxpayer as well as a ratepayer, and if a project is making cycling better, great. If it's making walking better, great. If it's making driving a car harder, I'd rather not spend the money making life worse for people. Even though it's free money, I wouldn't want that. So I think we've now got a better proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Kesh.
Thank you. First, thank you to Councillors Max and Jeff on reaching agreement. I think at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. We all want to be responsive to climate change, and that is that higher message of the fund. I hope that we have learned from our mistakes during the Innovating Streets project. I think we've learned a hard lesson in that we need to take the public along with us on anything we do and make them understand why we're doing these things. And it's our responsibility to our residents, to disagree and to actually nut out these things the way we should. So I'm very comfortable with it coming back to the Infrastructure, Transport Committee. Like Jeff said, we won't all agree. I definitely don't agree with the in-lane bus things. But hey, that's an argument for another day. So yeah, thanks guys.
Fantastic, thank you. Did you want a right of reply, Maxine? Cool, okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thanks everyone. We're on to item 10. Item 10. I'll speak to it. Thank you, Amy.
Kia ora. Happy.
Thank you.
We'll just take it as read.
Good, pretty straightforward. No questions for Amy? It's been moved and seconded. Those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. Carried unanimously. And C2 should be up in diligent now in the public. You may need to refresh.
Easy, just to
Or go to the PX and it'll be in there. C2. We're bringing it out of publicly excluded. There was a motion. Did that get emailed?
Yes.
I think there is a motion for C2 that's been emailed from Councillor Ewan, which I'll second. Who's taking this report? Julie, welcome.
No.
Sorry, before you start, Julie, just so everyone's clear, it's page 7 of publicly excluded, if
yes.
Everyone's got that. Cool.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, elected members. Just to refresh elected members, at the council meeting on the 15th of December, council agreed to sign off the Better Off funding agreement and apply to take the 14.65 tranche 1 funding that has been offered. The Department of Internal Affairs have a set criteria for the projects that can be considered under the Better Off funding, and they are really focused about ensuring the funding is used to improve the well-being of the community. In particular, they look at the well-being of the community in terms of a low emissions economy or more sustainable environment projects, projects and services that encourage housing growth and housing growth and development, and then also projects and services that support placemaking and community wellbeing. In addition to that, the DIA have required the projects to demonstrate the achievement of that wellbeing. So it's not a simple deliver the project, spend the money, pass. We actually have to explain how those projects improve wellbeing and have a demonstrable measure of that. And also require that these projects have had some form of engagement with the community. So quite a few criteria there. In discussions with DIA that Andrew's been having and has done a great job of, they have signalled that we can include current planned activity. So the original criteria was to, if it was existing activity, it had to be an enhancement or an extension of that activity, not for the base activity. We've had conversations and they now have agreed we can include our planned activity as long as we meet the criteria. And the rationale for that is we had a number of conversations with them about, councils are experiencing some increasing costs, and that puts pressures on our budgets, and that we can include the planned activity to make sure that if those projects were at risk, they would be funded. At the elected member briefing on the 7th of December, we did talk about the challenges that we'll be facing with our annual plan, and we are coming to elected members with more detail in our next briefing early March. But we also included in that briefing the list of projects that we talked about for the Better Off. So following that briefing and the resolution on the 15th of December, our staff were instructed to go away and come up with a proposed plan list, which is what we've presented today. I'm happy to take questions and answer any points of clarification that Council has, but we're seeking your direction.
Thanks, Julie. Councillor Whelan.
Thanks, Chair Ryan. Initially, my questions are to David, just to help me get a better understanding of the financial context we're in. David, could you just read...
Sorry, he's gone.
Is he outside?
Yes, I think he is.
Use that horsewhip, Lance. You want it, David.
You're very popular. David, look, my first question was to help me just get my head around the context. Going into the next financial year, what had we projected our deficit to be originally?
So the annual budget that for the year we're currently in is a deficit of 12 mil.
Now, could you give us an update as to what it's now likely to be in light of inflation, COVID, and a number of other aspects, the war in Ukraine, just so that I can get a broader understanding?
Sure. So high level, and elected members will have this in their briefing pack for next week. We know interest rates are higher than when we thought they were going to be when we landed the annual plan. So there's additional $3.5 million worth of cost coming on top of that 12 million. There's also an additional $4 million which relates to revaluation of transport assets. So that talks to the value of those transport assets and the cost to actually replace them. So inflation impacts that. in terms of rebuilding, should there be an issue. And on top of that, there's another $6 million which relate to other changes. The details are in the pack, but that's reduced revenue as caused by COVID and other topics. So we're currently forecasting, before we even talk about reviewing our current inflation forecasts or reviewing some of the change requests that have come in since we landed that annual plan, and before the Better Off Fund, we're currently sitting at a $25.8 million deficit forecast for the end of this year.
And if you add the other known escalations, including inflationary pressures, am I correct in saying that the overarching quantum of a deficit that will start the new financial year as of July is close to 38 million?
That's correct, before the Better Off Fund opportunity.
And that if we sign off on the Better Off funding, we would still then have a deficit that we need to fill of some $25 million.
Yes, that's correct, because of the Better Off funding, only $2 million of that relates to capital spend, and so the balance offsets that 38 million you're talking about. So we would still land, if we accepted the Better Off fund, of a forecast deficit of 25 million.
Thank you. Am I also correct in saying that the Better Off funding of the 14.5 million, there's approximately 2.5 million that is CapEx and the balance is OpEx?
That's correct.
Am I correct in saying that when trying to reduce our deficit and balancing of the books, it's the of the 14.5 million, there's roughly $12 million which we could use if we decided we needed to reduce our expenditure. That's an area of opportunity. These projects would be an area and opportunity for cutting or reduction.
Yes, you could take the Better Off funding and offset the projects as they are, or you could just not do the projects and not take the Better Off funding, and you'd be in the same position.
Right. And so by locking those in today, we are negating our ability to have a subsequent discussion as part of the annual plan in terms of these projects to reprioritise.
By putting them in the Better Off funding proposal, you are signalling that you would like the money for them. That doesn't stop council at some point when we complete our annual plan discussions deciding to reduce or not do those projects. It just means you would not then get Better Off funding for those projects. And unfortunately, we would have been past the date, and it will be difficult, I would understand, to go back at that point and ask for the Better Off funding to be applied to other projects.
Thank you. That answers my questions.
Okay, there's no other questions. So do you want to explain the motion that I think Amy circulated that you've proposed?
Yeah, certainly. My motion, seconded by Chair Ryan, simply approves the process of signing up to the Better Off funding, however, it negates any new projects that weren't part of our existing LTP or annual plan. So it enables staff to go off and put together a series of projects that come to the total of 14.5 million, but it removes 3 projects that are in fact new spend and hadn't been through the LTP or the annual plan.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Louise?
Julie, you wouldn't happen to know off the top of your head what the current budget is for work out of the climate strategy?
We're currently funded in our existing strategy and planning budget for about 300,000 that we have set aside for the climate response team.
Okay,
And
That's outside of CapEx projects and a whole bunch of other things that speak to that strategy, and some of those we debated earlier on around the SURF funding, etc.
Sorry, can you just say the amount again for me? 300?
it's about 300,000.
And so the climate projects listed here for 750, and sorry, there's a couple of others. There'd be a significant increase in the climate, in the amount of money council's putting forward to climate initiatives.
Yes, maybe if I can just clarify, since the last long-term plan, Council has now adopted our Climate Future Strategy, which sets out our direction for how we want to respond to reducing our emissions and adapting for the future for climate change. None of that strategy, of course, is funded because it was adopted since the last long-term plan. The 750,000 is to fund specific activities identified in the strategy. So it's effectively bringing the option to fund some of that strategy forward before the next long-term plan discussion.
Cool. And these new items were proposed at the last council meeting to be brought up as options?
We discussed them at the briefing session on the 5th of December, and we have also, there is a Climate Strategy Working Group that has been formed that has also discussed this as well.
Cool, thank you.
Thanks, Louise. I've got Councillor Sarah online, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor.
Thank you. Julie, I was just wanting to possibly get a little bit more context around the City Safe, what the additional things would be there in that item, just as the application and the kind of, I guess, description of it isn't that fulsome.
Yes, certainly, Councillor Thompson. In the proposal, which is an attachment to the paper, on page, in your agenda, in Diligent, it's on page 40 somewhere.
32 of 71.
Thank you, Lance. It talks about what those free additional programs are. So these have been raised through the GM of Community along with support from the committee. So the projects are increased City Safe, and Helen, jump in and talk if you want to. Increased City Safe in the Central City, so this is an extension of our current City Safe program that we're running in the Central City. It increases the night shift patrols from 2 teams to 3 instead of 1 team of 3. The City Safety Initiative, the River Initiative, this is an extension of the trial that we're currently running, so it extends the trial for the next year, where we have our City Safe officers available along the river to help. They are not lifeguards, but to help promote people with good behaviour around water. And the final one is the City Safe support to the visitor destinations. There have been some instances, do you want to talk to this? There's been instances where both the public and staff have had experiences outside some of our key destinations, particularly the zoo, museum and the gardens, and Waterworld, and we want to provide some more safety for the community in those places. Helen, do you want to add anything? Kelvin, would you like to add anything?
Thanks. Good afternoon, councillors. I think Julie's summed that up really well. This is about trust and confidence. It's about increasing levels of safety amongst the users, particularly of our visitor destinations first and foremost. They're the jewel in our crown, and it is a signal of the times that we have an increasing level of some disorder, some crime. Most recently, one of our councillors was the subject of a car crime. We've got, and so addition to that, we have increasing amounts of development in and around certainly the zoo at present, and then we're moving to the redevelopment involving the gardens, where there will be a lack of the clarity for movement around there, which has always been there. That this is a way for our staff to be able to have an ongoing presence and engagement, to do visibility, to do de-escalation work when these things have occurred. We've had a couple of small trials involving the zoo, which have proven to be very successful. The volume of people we're getting through there, 3,000 people a day at the zoo and the gardens. At the moment, our aquatics over the summer have been absolutely full. It's been to capacity. It's been on a one-in, one-out basis. We get people congregating in the in the car parks. We're starting to get a level of people being unhappy, and that's showing through. So we've been asked to look at what our options are, how we could support that.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that extra context. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. I've got memory loss. No, I've got Councillor Wilson, then Jeff, and then Councillor Cash.
You've forgotten me already. Gosh, I was your loyal deputy for the last 3 years. Thanks, Chair. Julie, there was some discussion a few minutes ago about climate change initiatives and the quantums involved. You'll also recall that Council earlier today has sort of signed off on quite a lot of CapEx that is directly related to climate change and as part of the emergency funding. To the point where I think Council's contribution is over 4 million and the government's contribution will be 43 odd million. From your memory, is that the most significant expenditure regarding climate initiatives in, say, the last 50 years in Hamilton?
Councillor Ewan, I don't have that information to hand to be able to answer that for you. Right. I'm sorry.
Do you have... All right. That's fine. Do you recall what we've spent on climate initiatives in the last, say, 5 years?
Again, I don't have that information at hand, but just maybe to reflect that, climate emissions in responding to our changing climate is something that is being embedded through a lot of the things we do as council. So definitely the government has recognised that encouraging people to mode shift, which is about reducing emissions, is one aspect of that. But equally, we also have a lot of the work we do when we think about how we build our playgrounds to make sure that they have adapted to the heat or additional rain. Our stormwater gardens are a really good example of responding to climate change, where we are now developing stormwater gardens that can manage when we have intense rainfalls like we've had over the last couple of weeks. So there is a range of activities that contribute to responding to our climate change.
Including spending some... $47 odd million.
Yes, the funding, SURF funding through the government.
And so you can't recall if our spending in the past, whether that amount is significant?
I don't have the detail to make that comparison.
Right. Okay. Could someone in finance maybe answer that question? I'm just labouring the point because there was a significant discussion about potential reduction in climate initiatives, and you were very quick to articulate the quantums. But when I ask a broader question as to the context of multi-million-dollar funding as a comparison to previous funding, you have no information. So maybe David could provide that information.
My answer would have to be the same as Julie. I wouldn't be able to do that. I don't have the information on me.
Maybe we can assist by saying we could bring that information back to the next briefing, the annual plan briefing, as part of that discussion.
I don't know if it's particularly helpful bringing it back to another meeting when we're debating it now. Could staff not make a quick call and have a look?
I've been here 12 years and I've been through a number of 10-year plans, and I don't think we've always been that explicit around what might be around climate change response, but if you asked me candidly, have I seen such a large figure before, the answer would be no. So I think it
Thank
is
you. That's
significant. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to go to Councillor Kish next. Just while you're here, Calvin, just want to acknowledge the work you've been doing in the communication around some of the issues of late. Really appreciate it. I know everyone here does as well, so thank you. Councillor Kish.
Thank you. I'd just like to indicate an amendment, please, which I've sent through to Amy, if you've got it. And I can quickly explain the difference, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yep. So it's it's very similar to Councillor Ewan, except for new crime prevention initiatives at the discretion of our CE to the value of 500,000, which is a reduction in the initial proposal that we had.
Okay, thank you. Have you got a seconder for that, Kish?
Do I have a seconder for that?
Okay, we'll leave it there for now. Councillor Jeff.
Yes, sorry. Okay. Look, I just have a question just for David Bryant, just based on the that figure of 38 million, the deficit that Councillor Wilson was talking about. And I'm just trying to get a feel for, obviously, you know, there'll be some sort of change, or better or worse, come annual plan time. But what does that actually look like for us, a figure of 38 million deficit on our books?
Ugly, firstly, but a response to what's going on. I guess if we were looking at what could we do to offset that, we know that a 1% change in rates is approximately $2 million. So if you wanted to remove the $38 million, obviously that's an unpalatable 19% on top of our 4.9. In terms of our other, if we think about operating revenue and expenditure, when we look at balancing the books, it's a dollar for dollar impact. So reducing our spending of $38 million would offset the balancing the books. Increasing our revenue of 38 million, we'll talk about rates, but other revenue opportunities would balance our books.
Thank you. And we've already delayed in previous years the date when we are balancing the books. Is that correct? I think the last
That is correct, certainly.
What's the date at the moment when we balance our books? 25, 26?
I think that's correct.
Yeah. So the other option would be to push that out even further.
That's right. I think it's really important for elected members to understand that the balancing the books is about is not cash. So cash is debt, right? So debt to revenue. When we talk about debt, not spending a capital program, for example, or halving it would only reduce the amount of debt that we have, but the only impact on balancing the books would be depreciation and interest costs. So it doesn't have a dollar for dollar impact in terms of capital. So where we need to go to improve things is either revenue increase or operating spend decrease.
Okay.
It pushes it out by a year.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Pretty much. So
not good. Not good. And just one last question, Chair. Thank you, David. In your time here, have you ever faced a potential deficit of 38 million that high?
No, I haven't, and I haven't faced the economic environment we're in as well. So I just want to add that too. There's a truckload of pressure on our council, as there is every other council.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Kish, I understand Mark Donovan's going to second.
Yeah, I'll second Kish.
You know what I mean? Okay, all right, thank you. Councillor Louise.
So I'm putting forward a further amendment. Thank you, Amy. Foreshadowed. Oh, foreshadowing a further amendment that is largely the staff recommendation with a added piece from Paula, suggested by Paula yesterday, just around delegation to the Mayor, Deputy Mayor. Sorry, I just searching through my tabs.
I wonder if Amy could send that out in
Yeah.
an email.
just
doing that, are you?
line up everyone's in the right order.
Doing real good with technology today.
So Chair, procedural, would you like to, or will Amy take us through
We'll
the
get there.
process
We'll
now?
get there. We'll get there. Have you got a seconder, Louise, for that?
Councillor Thompson.
Okay, thank you.
Unless she's in Labour.
That could be a Labour face, I don't know.
Do you want to talk through the process, or do you want me to?
In your emails? Oh,
Sure. Okay. Amy's just going to send all three, I think, through in a suite, and then talk through the process from here. While she's doing that, are there any more questions of the report? Julie, you got?
Sorry, Chair, could I maybe just add one point of clarification? The application and approval of this fund is subject to DIA. And so we want to have a conversation with DIA once council's agreed this list to make sure that we have the best chance. However, there is still a risk that they might not approve some of the projects, and we would still need to come back and get approval for any changes of that.
No problem.
Hence the delegation requirement.
Question, Councillor Emma.
Firstly, I just want to thank Julie and the team for their work on compiling this. And I guess my question was similar to what you had just alluded to, but I just wanted to clarify if in your view it is important to include a component of new projects in order to justify meeting the better off criteria of this funding?
DIA have been very, I think, flexible with this. Their main criteria is that we can talk about how this improves the well-being of communities. And so that's why the list is the list it is, rather than, we could put lots of operational costs on there or other costs, but they wouldn't meet that criteria. So we've been very careful to try and make sure we put items on the list that meet that wellbeing criteria. I don't have a view as whether we need new stuff as well as existing, but I think it most really does help showing there is a balance.
And do the new projects that are proposed help strengthen our proposal?
I think particularly the three new projects that we've got there. The first is around the climate change, and I talked about, we've put those on because we've adopted a strategy post the last long-term plan, so they are new because Council has now adopted that position. Similarly with Hepo Mana Ora, which is the Tiriti program there, that is about giving us some money. Council has now adopted Hepo Mana Ora, and that will fund some money to deliver that strategy that Council has adopted and told the community they're going to do. And then, of course, the city safety thing is a very topical conversation for all of councils and communities at the moment. So I think from the DIA perspective, those are things that they can see very much meeting their criteria.
Thank you.
Councillor Malena.
Hiana kia tātou katoa I tēnei rā. So on that note, just a couple of questions I have. Do you know what their budget is for He Pou Manawa Ora? And how long is that supposed to be spread over, what's the span of that?
So when we adopted He Pou Mana Ora, similar to climate strategy, there was no budget put into the annual plan at that point for that. We do have some additional resourcing money that we've managed to find within existing budgets, which has allowed us to employ Willie to start driving that. So there will be activity that he will be doing that will be starting driving that, but it is about actually getting some money to implement some of those programs that we need to deliver. So there is no set budget at the moment.
Okay. Second question is, so it probably just requires a yes or no answer. Therefore, it's not a new project?
It is a new project.
Yeah.
But it's a new project in terms of it wasn't in our long-term plan budget.
Okay. Yep. All right. Third, it's supposed to have been implemented within everything we do, yet I haven't seen any evidence other than karakia. So, just in response to the pūtea that's been, put into the budget, that could be utilised really well, I mean, over the next year too, just 1 year, I don't think it should be spread over 10 years, to start to implement and to encourage us to all embed it into our portfolios and everything that we do. Yep.
Yes, that would be our intention.
Thank you. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, thanks Milena, thanks Julie and Wirihana. We're going to go into debate now, and I'm just going to get Amy to step us through that process.
With your leave on debate, whether or not I withdraw my motion and support Councillor Kesh's motion, just from a procedural point, or the other way around, because there's very little difference between the two, other than Councillor Kesh has added the 500,000 in for, it's clumsy, but I'm just getting a feel from you as the seconder.
Okay, I'm just going to get Amy to step through,
Yep.
and then we'll come back to that question. So as it stands, we've got an amendment, foreshadowed amendment, and then the motion.
We've got it all. Okay. So on the board first, we've got the motion and the amendment. The amendment is voted on first.
Yeah.
So that is Councillor Kesh, Councillor Donovan. If the amendment is carried, it becomes the substantive motion.
Yep.
That means the original motion disappears. We then go to
Foreshadowed.
the foreshadowed amendment. If that is carried, it becomes the substantive motion, and then we vote on that. Should it not be carried, we'd go back to this one, the now known as substantive motion, from Kesh and Mark. Right. If we go back to the beginning, and we have our motion from Councillor Wilson and Councillor Hamilton, and we have our amendment from Councillor Kesh and Councillor Donovan. If the amendment, when it's first voted on, because it's the first one, is lost, the original motion is still on the board, and we lose this amendment. We then do move again down to the foreshadowed amendment, and we vote on that. So you're voting between this one and the original motion. I think everybody's with me so far.
Chair, in light of that wonderful explanation, I'll leave my motion in play.
Okay, Louise, do you have a question?
Just for my sanity's sake, make sure to clarify who's moving and seconding?
Yes.
Thank you.
That we will be showing it on the board for this voting purposes. And as everybody may be aware, there's been technical issues today. We will be voting on hands, so I will be calling votes.
Okay. And second question, Chair Ryan, we debate all at once and
Yep.
then vote subsequently?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
great.
So just to be clear, we'll still do speaking order of motion, like Ewan could speak first. And so, Ewan, we'll have you still speak first as mover of the motion. We'll go around the room. Everyone will have the opportunity to speak. But the very first thing we'll be voting on will be Kesh's amendment. And then failing that, it's the foreshadowed amendment. Okay, so we'll go in speaking time now. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Ryan. Well, let me start by saying what unites all of these motions is the context of which we find ourselves in. And the context which we find ourselves in is a starting point for the next financial year of a deficit of $38 million. Now, I'm going to linger there for a little while. Hopefully, the quantum will begin to grab your attention. $38 million deficit. So going into the next financial year, we have some real growing-up decisions to make. And the reason I raise that is we are already deciding to lock in $14.5 million worth of spending without that having an opportunity to debate all the other line items that we might want to debate come the annual plan. We're prioritising these projects ahead of anything else that we're going to discuss concerning the annual plan. The reason we're doing that is because we've got this significant offer from the government, from DIA. And so I'm not disagreeing that we need to lock in these projects. I am, however, concerned that we are prioritising 3 new levels of spending. The crime prevention, Paumanawa Ora, and and the third limb, which is just quickly escapes my mind, climate, above all else, in the context of a deficit position of $38 million. And so I'm saying it is more fiscally responsible to go with the existing projects, which we may not have been able to fund due to our significant deficit. And that in itself meets the criteria of the DIA. Just because we as a council have developed policies does not mean that we immediately contribute funding to them. So just because we've said historically we're going to do something about something doesn't mean that we then immediately fund it. We have to put it through the lens of affordability. And I just remind you, we're starting at a $38 million deficit. So one way of fixing that is we go out to our ratepayers and say, here's a 19% rate increase. Or we trim spending, or we just borrow more, and we surrender any hope of ever being able to balance our books. That's why I'm strongly recommending that you support the motion.
If you were to ask your everyday ratepayer resident, what do you see as the most pressing topic or issue today, which I have done, by the way. And the most common response, number 1, was our cost of living crisis. We are facing massive cost pressures. Our families are facing it. Our ratepayers, no doubt, are facing it. And so I am very aware of our cost of living pressures. The second most common response is safety. We could talk about ram raids, burglaries, car thefts. You go onto Facebook any part of any day and you will see how much of crime Hamilton is facing right now. People don't feel safe in their homes, in their businesses. As a retail business owner, I can tell you firsthand that our staff, they are not comfortable with coming to work at the moment because they don't know who's going to walk through the door. And I think that we have heard a lot of talk around how we are going to address the spike in crime, but we are yet to see results. This inclusion in my amendment is not for a large amount. It's $500,000 to help our CitySafe team to increase surveillance around our central city, our river safety, and our visitor destinations. Visitor destinations in particular, because what we don't have in front of us, but what I do know is happening, is that Waterworld, the gardens, the zoo, our libraries, just recently, are all experiencing an increased rate of crime over the summer. So this is not a forever fund. It's a one-off $500,000 to address the urgent need while we're experiencing this massive spike in crime. Thank you.
Thanks, Kesh. I'll go to you now, Louise.
Thank you. I really want to acknowledge my colleague's concern around our budget. You know, that is absolutely a significant issue for us going forward, and I really just want to take a moment to acknowledge that. But I do also think that we're trying to ham-fist this funding into a different problem that we will have later, and it is a problem for us to solve, not a problem for the DIA's funding. I'm loath to call upon American politics, but if you will grant me at this one time, President Joe Biden said, if you say that you care about something, show me your budget. And the fact that both He Pou Manawa Ora and the climate strategy have no tagged budget is frankly disrespectful. And I appreciate that we were working towards that. But when the opportunity comes to put budget towards it, budget for our climate funding, that will be, 2-3 times the amount currently that we've scrounged around to find to put towards it, I think it's an absolute no-brainer. And just to Councillor Wilson's points around how much we're spending on climate for transport, I made a very clear promise to Deputy Mayor O'Leary around the Better Off funding would not include transport because there are so many projects transport projects that are addressing climate change. But we only spend $40 of walking and cycling $40 per person on walking and cycling. So even though $4 million is a lot to spend on climate, it's nothing in the grand scheme of things. And in terms of the lens of affordability, can we afford climate change? If we look to Auckland and how much that is going to cost to clean up, that is going to be much more than what's in our Better Off funding application. We want to be climate leaders, and the new projects in this enable us to be that in our community. I think we also need to respect the staff who have done the best with the constraints of both our projects and what we have and haven't funded, as well as the constraints of the DIA's funding requirements. The purpose of this fund, once again, to bring it back up to that level, is to make the community better off. Funding climate, funding Te Tiriti o Waitangi and He Pou Manawa Ora makes our community better off, and that is the point of it. Kia ora.
Thanks, Louise. We've got Councillor Moko on Zoom. Someone talk to him. Oh, yeah.
Better off. Yeah. And that is the point of it. Enjoy. Councillor Moko.
Oh, wow.
Kia ora tātou, can you hear me?
Yes. Thumbs up.
Kia ora tātou. We only have one He Pou Manawa Ora. When I came into this house, it was made very clear to me that He Pou Manawa Ora is the korowai, it is the blanket that is going to be the haven for the implementation and the embedding of Te Tiriti o Waitangi across our organisation. Local government New Zealand has been very clear about some of the changes, and for many of us around this table, we are very clear also around the changes that are coming. I am simply sharing that some of our judicial duties that we do have require us to get ahead of the game and to stay sharp, in everything. I hear loud and clear some of the challenges that we do have before us. We only have one tile. We should take the lessons learned from across the world where money has been put before our environment. And while I recognise and acknowledge that we do have this deficit debt hanging over us, I think we need to be innovative around how we're going to address those, and rates rises isn't something that I am promoting here either. I think that as sharp council people, we will find a way. In terms of He Pou Manawa Ora, I've stood very strong behind He Pou Manawa Ora, which is the reason why I will not be supporting Ewan's motion. And so I just want to make that very clear. Kia ora.
Thanks. Councillor Sero, while you're on Zoom.
Thank you. I think every single motion or proposal that's been put on the table does go a significant way to actually assisting us with, financial situation that we're in, while also still providing what we've promised to the community. So we really are debating at the margins to some extent. I am going to support what was Louise's motion, and one of the key reasons for that is last term in our Environment Committee we discussed the need for urgent action around climate change, and that includes implementing the strategy that we're taking forever to put in place. And I said this would be the 3 years of implementation, and I really did mean it. So I want to follow through with that. And I think that what is proposed in terms of that climate change funding is really important, both in terms of us as an organisation actually stepping up and showing some leadership, getting our own house in order first. So it's going to enable us to actually implement changes within the organisation to reduce our emissions, but also work with the community around the impacts of climate change that we're going to be seeing, like what we've seen in Auckland recently, and what the kinds of changes we can make as a city to also contribute towards reducing those climate risks. And that's really going to be really important as we lead to the long-term plan. And I think if we don't actually resource that properly now, we're not going to be in a position to have a well-informed and really engaging conversation with the community around climate change when it gets to the long-term plan. The last 3 years, I think a really common thing to hear around the debating chamber is, yes, I support this, but not right now. It's never really good timing when you're looking at these large-scale and longer-term issues. So we really do have, in my view, I think we actually have to take steps regardless of the timing, because we can see from what we're seeing around us, what's happening in Auckland, that this is an urgent issue we have to address. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I've sat around this table for 6 years now, and we've had some hairy budget forecasts in that time. I can still remember Andrew King about midnight during some LTP discussion coming up and telling us that we'd be looking at a 10% rate rise. And David Ryan put it well before. It's ugly. It's the biggest potential deficit that he's faced in his role here. We've had big rate rises before, massive rate rises. And I can tell you it's not a pretty picture for new councillors. It's something you want to avoid if you possibly can, particularly in these incredibly tough times, cost of living. I think very carefully before you do that. Disrespectful was a word used before. But I can tell you some of the phone calls you'll be getting from ratepayers will fit that bill, and deservedly so. People are really hurting at the moment, really hurting. And so it seems to me very strange in that context that we would have access to this funding, but then not be using it to make our financial position better. If I got a tax refund at home from the accountant, I'll be using it to pay off debts and to offset a whole lot of other areas of pain, financial pain. I won't be out buying a new car. We can't have all the shiny stuff. My understanding is that the climate change has a significant amount of money going towards that. I've heard sums of 40-odd million. So I think it's you're painting an incorrect picture to suggest that we're ignoring it. So I would urge councillors to take the pragmatic decision here, and we need to look at using this money to plug some of the holes, because we're either looking at a massive rate rise, and I know how annual plans go. people just start adding in and adding and adding more stuff. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So we're either looking at a massive rate rise, or we are anyway, I'd suggest, or we're just going to push out our borrowing years and years and years, so we're just borrowing to keep the lights on. And that ain't good financial management. So I would suggest that we don't bring in new projects here, that we use this money to plug much needed gaps. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. Nobody's going to be happy this year. We have to make big cuts and lots of them, and we have to start now. There's things that all of us wanted to do, wanted to achieve, wanted to have improved for the community, and we're not going to be able to do that. Yeah, we've all got to accept disappointment, but there are some opportunities to be smart. Hei Pou Manawa Ora is an attitude. That doesn't necessarily cost any money. We can achieve that in many ways without more spending. I think that's a cut we need to make. The climate change, we have got that $37 million of SURF funding, so we are putting a lot into that. And again, there's a lot more we can do within existing fundings, also as part of an attitude towards it. I would have tended towards cutting all three, but Kesha's proposal of reduced funding for the crime issues, that's a huge problem right now, and I can grudgingly accept a reduced amount towards it, because as a council we do need to do what we can for the people on that. So I see that as a compromise proposal that I'm prepared to support. But that simply means that later on in the year there will be even more cuts.
Thank you. Councillor Anna.
I think the staff's proposal with the amendment from Louise strikes a really good balance between balancing our books, meeting the purpose of the Better Off funding and addressing the urgent issues of our time, which we know, as Kesh said, crime is one of those. And I would also suggest that our commitment to Te Tiriti o Waitangi is a very urgent issue of our time. And there is a link between all these things, and we have to acknowledge those. And I really do not agree that it's an attitude issue and that it's free, because often the weight of the education around Te Tiriti o Waitangi in this country falls on Māori, and it falls very heavily, so it's not free. And so I very much support the new projects that are on the list and all of what Sarah has said around, and Louise around the investment in climate also. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Mark.
Thanks, Chair Ryan. Look, I'll be supporting Kesha's motion, obviously as a seconder. When I was in business, we used to look at our books every year, and we would go, how much money have we got this year to spend on the things that we know that are important for next year? And if we didn't have enough money, we didn't spend it. I think in this instance, we're looking at some things here that are unfolding in front of us that we've really got to, and I use this word even though it's been used before, take a really pragmatic approach. We simply cannot afford to keep spending money on things that aren't as important as other things right at the time. And I'm trying to choose my words carefully here because I don't want to upset anyone. But look, Earth's I just looked up, 4.54 billion years old. It's not about to crap itself in the next 12 months. We've got a situation here where we've got ratepayers who are faced with more extreme cost increases than what we've ever experienced before. David said it before, he's never seen cost pressures like this in this time. And if we keep taking money out of their pockets through ridiculously high rate increases, I'll tell you what's going to happen. They'll send commissioners in here because we will be seen to be not being able to be controlling the purse strings as we should be. Yes, there's some important things that need to be done, but I think they've got to be prioritised in a far more pragmatic sense.
Thanks. Look, for me, for those of you around the table know that I've supported all these things. I've supported climate, 10-year plan. Something like 20 to 30 million towards our gully system over 10 years. All of these issues I've fought for, all of them. But today, we're living on our credit card. The whole 5 years I've been in council, we've never balanced the books. We get seduced by these graphs that, but year 2 or year 3, we're going to balance the books, and then year 2, 3 rolls around and we don't balance the books, and it gets pushed out to year 4 again. And here we are, 5, 6 years, 7 years later, I don't think we've balanced our books. The trouble with free money, and this is what happened with Innovating Streets, I know it's a cringe word for many of you, but it was free money and we did poor decision making around it because we rushed in and we designed this thing or co-designed this thing. And this money, this 14 odd million, I didn't support last month, and I gave you reasons for that. I lost that argument, but as council, as a board, you resolve, that's a council decision and I accept that. So now I've got to look at it with an open mind and say, what is the highest and best use of this fund? But we're living on our credit card and the gap's getting wider, and there's been some new projects that have been shoehorned into this opportunity, and I struggle to accept them, not because they're not valid, and you've all debated beautifully and given incredible good reason, but because it feels rushed. The real time for those things should be around an annual plan where we go to our community, we talk about the funding. Some of those things maybe should have more funding. I don't know, but I don't want to make a rushed decision around them. I'd be reluctant to support any new funding, but I'm leaning towards supporting Kesha's amendment for the reason of crime, which is actually hurting people every day. There was another 3 or 4 aggravated assaults over the weekend. The media's grown tired of reporting on these things, but these are, human lives and business owners being affected by it. So that's where I'm sitting. I'm going to go to Ewan as right of reply. Emma, is there anything you wanted to say before we go? Okay.
There is a great saying, what's right is what's left if you do everything else wrong. And we are continuing our process. We're continuing to do everything wrong, and we'll eventually get to doing things right because we would have tried everything else. The cheese has somewhat fallen off the cracker. Here we are, about to spend more money when we're already in a significant deficit. And look, I am not celebrating because I'm going into the next annual plan knowing that there are 3 or 4 projects that I was really keen to do that I think would make an incredible difference to this city and that I've been working on with cash, including Garden Place and a few initiatives, and I'm now going to have to vote against that because I'm mindful that we, as Councillor Ryan has said, we're continuing to spend on our credit card. I've heard today from my learned colleague online that we've got to fund Po Manawa Ora because that is the #1 priority. And I also heard, and nor is Councillor Muku interested in seeing any sort of rate increase, and that our staff will just magically make this deficit problem go away. Hey, well look, you're now elected members. This is now your problem. Our ideology cannot drive the financial reality. You're keeping writing cheques that our ratepayers can't cash. But you know what? There's a glimmer of hope because I'm so pleased that Councillor Hutt has said she recognises the significance of the economic problem we're in. So in fact, I'll look forward to her support when we have to put the rates up, or that we have to find significant cuts.
because you can't have it both ways. You can't bake your cake and eat it too. This is when the rubber really hits the road. Your governors. It's not driven by ideology anymore. It's driven by financial reality. You're spending other people's money, and you're going to have to start learning to live within our means. And guess what? We're starting way behind the 8 ball. We went out to our community and said a year ago, we're going to start the next financial year with a deficit of 12 million. Well, actually, we now realise we're starting a deficit with 38 million. And you've now just about to prioritise 2 million above every other project. And you're talking about financial leadership? The reality here is we're in an emergency situation. And you have just gone and got yourself a new credit card, and you're about to spend a whole lot more money. The ratepayers are getting tired.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your debate. We're going to go to the amendment, which was the Kesh Donovan amendment. We'll go for a show of hands. Those in favour?
And dissenting? Moko, can I confirm that you're dissenting on this one? I know there is a slight delay. Yeah, you can put your hands down. We'll just need it.
I might need to use those icons.
The amendment is lost, noting those dissenting were Councillor Louise, Councillor Maxine, Councillor Emma, Councillor Anna, Councillor Milena, Councillor Moko and Councillor Sarah. So 7.
Dissenting.
7. Dissenting, 6-4.
So we're now going to put the foreshadowed amendment.
It's very delayed on the live stream. So we're now going to the foreshadowed amendment, which is on your screens, and I'm hoping that Moko could also see it on his screen.
Can you use the voting icon or something?
It's the delay for him hearing me. So Councillor Hutt, Councillor Thompson, that is the matter that we're currently debating, voting on.
Okay, so show of hands those for.
And dissenting? I've just messaged Moko and he will confirm for me. You may put down your hands. The foreshadowed amendment is carried and becomes the substantive motion, noting that those dissenting were Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Taylor and Councillor Bidder and Councillor Naiduroff. There is 7-4-6 against. Now we would need to vote on the substantive, which is the one on the board, so the same one we just voted on. Motion to become the resolution. So those in favour? We have to vote again for it to be resolved. It just became the substantive motion. And those dissenting? The substantive motion is declared carried with the same vote, 7-4-6 against.
No, Ryan.
Sorry, I did not.
Didn't want to forfeit $12 million. Thanks everyone for that. That was a really good insight to amendments and foreshadowed amendments as well, so well done. We're going to actually break for lunch. Lunch is put on today in the tea room, so we're going to break for 45 minutes, then we've got to come back for the remaining 2 items, so.
Would you mind just moving into PX so that we
Oh,
can...
sure.
stop
I'll move. Seconded. Thank you. We'll come back in publicly excluded.
Thank you.
45 minutes. What's that? 1:45, yeah.